Meeting to order. There we go. Okay. Okay. I will call to order the July 11th, 2024 meeting of the Board of Equalization. Evan Mayo, the board chair. We have a roll call, please, for the board members.
Name is Bob Beard from Samuel Miller District.
Lynn Mayu from the Jack Jewett District.
David Mitchell from Whitehall.
Dave Norfolk from Bradvanda District.
Okay. I'll confirm that all of the members of the board are present. We have a quorum and can proceed. With the members of the assessor's office who are participating or attending the meeting today, please identify themselves.
Peter Lynch, County Assessor.
Billy Taylor, Deputy Assessor.
Louis Herndon, Supervising Appraiser.
Okay. Can I do a mass swearing in here of the representatives from the assessor's office and also the applicant? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony and presentation here today?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Any old business before we take up the first application? Okay.
Just the minutes.
The minutes, yes.
Okay, let's put off the minutes. I have copies of them. I don't have them.
Okay. Sounds good. Right then. So we'll call the first applicant today, or the appellant. It's Board of Equalization application number 50. Property ID is 19019, presented by Mr. and Mrs. Yalamu, or 1295 West Lee Drive. Are you all prepared to proceed?
Yeah.
Yes. So just very briefly, you'll have 10 minutes to present. There will be a 7-minute period for the assessor's office to present their arguments in favor of the appraisal or the assessment. And then there will be a 3-minute rebuttal period followed by a deliberation. And usually we're able to make a decision quickly, but sometimes we may need to delay deliberation until later today. In either case, you'll get a letter from us in the next 60 days that lets you know the deliberations. Okay.
Hi, I'm Bhavna. This is my husband Lalit. We moved to Charlottesville about 2 years ago from Central Massachusetts, and I was hired by UVA, which is why we came here. Hope for a nicer pace of life. When we came here, though, and we were looking for homes for our growing family, we were a little surprised by how expensive real estate here was. It was a little bit of a sticker shock, though we were from Massachusetts. And we looked around, we had multiple lost bids in the process of looking for a home. And so we finally decided to build, and we spoke to multiple builders. The builder we chose seemed like the most trustworthy builder that we could find, was very transparent with us. And we had a good experience with them building, but when we saw our assessment, it was a little bit of a shock, because that was not what we thought was in line with what our properties around us were. We looked at multiple other houses. And I've listed about 4 properties here for your reference as well. Our neighbor's property is the first one, 1301 Wesley Drive. This is a house that was built just a year before we moved in. Quality of the construction is really good. It's a modern house. And their basement is condition, has drywall, similar to ours, and it's set significantly lower.
So our neighbor's house was built just before our house started getting built. Modern house, 1,000 square foot less than our house on the main level. Their basement is similar to ours. They are assessed about 400K lower. I mean, I'm talking just construction, the improvements, not the land cost, but the improvements cost. It was 400K lower. Similarly, there's our builder built in the neighborhood as well, on Old Ballot Farm Lane. I have given the address that it's 1970. Again, it's 1,200 square foot less than ours. That's also about a 400K difference. Now, ours is a new construction. The house is new, but if you look around, it's still a lot of landscaping needs to be done. We haven't done anything. We just like held on the cost, like, let's wait for years. The other one interesting property is 1276 Owensville Road, brand new house built around the same time as our house. Again, 1,000 square foot less. They have a finished basement, which we don't. And their house is also 400K value less. So because of these differences, and we know how much it cost us, we felt our house assessment itself is higher. And also, I noticed in GIS that our basement is considered finished. Maybe that's a mistake, I don't know. But that's another thing, that basement is considered finished, which it's not.
Even
Well, I have pictures
occupancy permit shows this was not for a finished basement.
Yeah, and I have pictures, I mean, we have drywall in the basement, but it's not finished by any means.
Sure.
Yeah, the occupancy permit as well, which says it's a unfinished basement.
Okay, thanks.
Or it's a lot of mess in the basement.
So has there been any work done on the basement since the occupancy permit was issued November 16th, 2023?
The only, you can see in the pictures, I caulked the cracks because insects were coming from there. But other than no,
When was that thing?
this was this morning.
This morning?
There HVAC in the basement,
Heat
air conditioning.
There is outlets, yes.
Right here, the basement is conditioned, but so you have heated and cooled, you know,
Yes.
the ductwork.
The ductwork is done. We didn't, you know, and they, I think there's some code, the builder said you have either get it conditioned. We wanted drywall because small kids, nails and all that, so they said, you know, get it conditioned, whatever the conditioning means, that's what. We have not used it.
Anyone else have questions for the applicant?
Who is the builder?
I know, I mean, if you know the builder, they build good houses. We didn't go for any fancy things that typically like, you know, surround sound in the house. A basement, they were offering doing a golf simulation center, entertainment center. We didn't do any of those things. Even if it's just a 5-bedroom, 4-bath. The rooms are bigger. That's why the square foot is a lot more. And I feel like we are being put in the higher square foot houses, which have a lot of these fancy things, swimming pools and all that, which we don't. And that's leading to, you know, higher cost. In fact, when I look up for a 5,500 square foot house, it has everything, which we don't have. And I can see why the assessment is so high. It's just we don't have those things. Like I mentioned, fancy features.
Anything else that you'd like to add?
No, I think we just decided to forego a lot of the bells and whistles that normally come. Some of the cabinetry and things like that, we opted for much cheaper things. We could cut down on the cost. We chose them for good structure, but did offer the luxury inside.
Morning. So I just found out that we probably did not communicate this very well to the Albemarles. So, and we have it in our write-up, so you're aware. The basement, we know is not completely finished. And if it had been completely finished, we would have basically a grade of good and a value higher to represent that complete finish. It appears to be valued as finished in our record because we do call it finished, but we have a fair grade on it to represent the difference in what actually got done with the HVAC, the drywall, and any other finishes that are in collective. Remember every detail of it. Electrical, all of the light fixtures, all the work that was actually done in the basement, we're giving credit to, but we're not giving it credit as completely finished. So I'm sorry we didn't share that nuance as to how we're treating it instead of what it appears that we're treating it as a fully finished basement. So that's one difference. We're not saying that it's completely finished either. We're treating it as it's got the finish that you have done. So I just want to make that clear. And we should have done a better job of at least letting you know that in advance. We believe that this property, it kind of speaks for itself a little bit, in which, the owners paid $475,000 for the land. Our land assessment is a little bit lower than that at $399,400. They haven't had a contract, or at least they had a permit that indicated the improvements that they actually built were 1.7 million. And I'm assuming that was what they paid in the contract for it. So they actually paid for this property right around our assessment, 2.1 million. And I believe we've appropriately described it with the grade that it has A+1. It is a 2-story, so I think all of those details are correct. I think we've appropriately accounted for the actual finish that is in the basement. And that the comparables, and there is a large range of comparables. So there were.
You have someone on the phone?
I don't know if somebody has said something on the thing. There were 17 sales within the Foxfield area, which Foxfield has a large range of values, a large range of properties, homes in grade and in every aspect. So it is one of our kind of more difficult market areas. And as you can see by those 17 sales and the range of the ratios, they range from 67 to 112%. And it's actually why, if you remember the other sales ratios that we show you, we're always around 100%, 99 point something. In this one, we're 96.44% because of that huge range and that huge variability. So we actually didn't push this up to 100% because of the wide variance of those sales. So between the amount that the owners paid for it, the market data that we have in the area, the fact that the comparable properties support the value, I think that the assessment is appropriate where it is. And the one thing we could have done is to communicate better on how that basement was valued.
So is this my chance to speak?
You have 3 minutes to
Yeah.
respond to whatever you heard.
So yes, we did sign the contract for 1.7, and that was primarily, as you noticed, we signed in 2022. Bank rates were going up. Builder and bank both said, "Hey, go your best approach here," because if you are tight with finances, have a bigger one, and then construction loan, you only pay for how much you what do you call it? Whatever you ask for, right? So we didn't take the whole loan payment, which was 1.7. We didn't take that. That's why I mentioned bells and whistles. If you compare our house with even our neighbors, we didn't get a lot of things that we initially signed up for, and the net cost was a lot lower. Like my wife mentioned, we were going to go we put in the main contract we had for custom built wooden cabinets, which was close to 200K. We only spent close to 90K, got fabricated prefab cabinets, and that's how we cut as much cost as we can to keep it within our budget. If I had known that I would have worked with the builder to have a more accurate number. But yes, it was 1.7, but we spent close to 1.5. And my main argument is there are other houses equal, like pretty much same quality as ours. They are valued 400K lower than ours. That's my, those are the two main things.
And I think, even with the finished square footage of the basement, it's part of it has drywall. There's still a part of it that doesn't have drywall. I don't know
If that
if
was
that's taken into
yeah.
consideration, because with other properties, the finished and the unfinished sections are different.
Yeah, we have like two mechanical rooms, which
Are fairly big and then.
fairly big, and they are unfinished.
Okay.
That's it.
Do you have an exact number on of the 1.7 million draw, like what exactly was spent?
1.489.
And then has there been any further construction cost or investments following that in the home?
So we had excavation problems and we are still dealing with that. That was, I think we spent about 50 over. So that's over. That came from our pocket, but yes.
Excavation, like grading around the house.
Yes, they were supposed to do it in 70K. They gave us a bill of almost 140K, so that was out of, and I didn't want to use the bank.
All in, you're about 1.5. Said one
More
more.
land.
535 plus the land. Did you say 1.485 plus the 50K
50K.
excavation?
And then the land. And the land I paid 475 primarily because it had split rights. And at that time, my mind was, let's split the property, 475 divided by 2. The land will be a lot less for me and I can just make some money out of the other land and let someone else build it. And I had a meeting in 2023 with county, figure out how much possibility that is. But the way it was split, because we have a pond and some other problems, the division lines were such that you can't have your own septic, like you can't have two septics. There were all those complications. I kind of felt like shit. I should have negotiated with the seller if I had known. And that's something I presented to the assessor as well, and that's probably the reason why they have reduced. Which I think is in line. Ours is a fairly big lot. The assessment for the land, I think is in line.
So can I ask questions?
Yes.
So Pete, what are you per square foot, the above grade value per square foot? Then what is the per square foot value? Do you separate above grade? Right,
do.
yeah. So if it was 1A in the basement, right? What would that square footage cost be? And then what, by doing fair, how much does it knock it off?
Oh, that is an easier answer to give, so I can give you that part of it.
Okay.
So 26.
Stop. Just-
61,900 difference between what we would call it finished and what we would call it
61,900, correct? How many 3,000 square feet?
3120. Yes,
That's, what is that, 61,000?
that is the difference. If it would have actually been completely finished, that's what additional value we would add on.
Would have been that much higher.
Correct.
What do you have for a finished basement cost per square foot?
That, we have a value on the basement itself in its current finish at 94.6.
Do either you or the assessor's office, do you have a breakdown on dollars per square foot for the comps? Because their home is bigger than some of these other comps. So one of the things you said was our home is $400,000 more than the neighbor, but the neighbor's home is not as big.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
it's 1,000 square feet more. It's so
so how does that work out?
So that was, I think, the other part of Mr. Mitchell's question, kind of the per square foot of the above grade. And that's going to take a second to, unfortunately, the report we get doesn't give the final number.
When you say 94.6, you mean 94,600 or $94.60?
Oh, sorry, 94,600 is the value we have on the basement as is.
At $30, and then you've got roughly $20.
Additional.
So it'd be 50. If it was completely finished.
Right.
It'd be 50. Correct. And then I mean, $50 a foot. But being a contractor, I think the split is $50 is the number. $30 to get it to the warm white box it is now, which is 3/5 of the cost. I mean, everybody's got mechanical, but ceilings, lights, all that. Basically, this thing's ready for finishes. I feel like it's more like the 30% of the cost is to get it there and 60% is the finishes. I mean, it's not a lot.
I think it's our problem is the 5,800 square foot house, the above grade is causing all the. I numbered. The basement itself is probably not since found to clarify, they're taking that into account. Others who have 4,800, I've mentioned in my item 15% smaller houses, but their assessments are 25%. That's in general the comps that I've provided. I couldn't get a house which is 5,800 square foot. Obviously, there's one in not in my neighborhood, but it looks like a palace. It's a 6,000 square foot house that actually sold for 1.7 million. Villa Vista.
What's your cost per square foot on 5,800?
Oh, it's $229 a square.
And then these comps that they have, you have those assessed the same.
I'm sorry, that isn't even a complete. No.
So will you, or someone else from your office remind me, what are the fair, good, like what's the where does it run the gamut there? What could the basement have been?
Fair, average, good, excellent.
Fair's the lowest.
Is it fair?
Fair's the lowest, yeah.
That's a 40% reduction.
Below that is unfinished.
Yeah, then unfinished, we would just have an amount for the basement itself. Because you'll have a value just having a basement for unfinished. Then you'll have add a value to that for the finish of it.
What is that?
So out, it's,
We'll get to the above grade. I know you want.
feel like it's farther off than the description of the assessor's report says, only lacks flooring, paint, finishing touch. Those are all the most like time consuming and costly parts. Yeah, they are. I agree on the mechanical.
Right. Yeah, just, you got pipes in the ground so you can set.
Yeah, I mean, still.
Is this the
Rough, yeah.
mechanical room, the picture that goes? Is there any other part of the basement that matches the mechanical room?
Yeah.
The lack of finish.
There's another picture in there. Yes, that's not a mechanical room, it's just.
I need you to
Yeah,
produce
that's the
that.
chaplain.
Yeah, you have rough ends there, but not drywall or fixtures, lights.
And because they were doing drywall, they said you need to get cans in, so they go to.
728.80.
You don't want a sheetrock in the house that's occupied.
Finish.
Are you using the basement for anything?
1,183.0.
Pictures were taken this morning. It says these pictures were taken this morning.
I'll see.
Yes, 1.97.
1.2.
1.2. That may be good.
Sorry, I'm trying to do this on a fly off a report that's not very helpful. I think I gave you some wrong information.
Okay.
The basement itself is valued at 77,371. The finish that we are adding for the basement at fair is 61,897, which is why you felt the number I gave you was too low. So that actually adds up to 130.
So the 77K is just
Just
for it being there.
Just for it being there, exactly.
61 is for what.
And then the
you've done.
61 is what they've done so far.
Correct.
Okay. And then what, if they were to finish it, how much more would that be?
That number I gave you was correct, the 61. That was easier to calculate.
So another 61.
Another 61, so they're 50%. They've done 50% according to you.
Yes, they've done 50%. Yeah, I mean,
But the
HVAC,
finishes.
drywall, those are some big items.
What about the what dollars per square foot price compared to the comp?
So that again, let me run those numbers, Billy, if you can give me. All the-
It's bigger.
That's the way to do this.
Assessment is pretty close. It's not about there. I don't know if they do it.
Just the total. 170.
It's all 2 years old.
It's 58.
It's 1301 less than
Have
2 years ago.
HVAC in them anyway.
It's a modern
It's
house.
similar to yours.
It's a modern house, ours is a, but if you look inside, it will be.
2-story.
Yes. And in fact, maybe it's not a good thing to say, but they have pretty much like our basement.
That's right. Yeah.
Assessment.
So it's hard to do these per square foot analyses because I can tell you what excluding the basement and any of those other things, just the above grade was worth, but then you wouldn't know what the per square foot on these comparables are without those items, without going through an exhaustive process of subtracting them all out. But
I mean,
the
my
total,
question is,
right,
their home is, they're saying that $400,000 more than the comparable, but it's bigger than the comparable. So I'm trying to figure out.
exactly. So a more simple number is just their total improvement value is $299 per square foot. And if you compare that to, and I'm assuming these are the comparables he's referring to, is it 1970 Old Ballard Farm? Is that one of them? So that's 1,300 square feet smaller. Times Because it's 4,517 square foot of upgrade. And it is also, it's actually a higher grade home than their home,
It's the same builder.
but with more of those bells and
Lots of
whistles.
whistles.
Right, which is why our grade of A+2 on that property is appropriate as opposed to the A+1 on this property. But using the same square foot rate, we come up with an improvement value of 1,350,000 on that property, and it's 1,386,000. So it's very similar. Using the same, I mean, and there are influences that would affect the square foot rate, size, quality, stuff like that, that some of them, those are offsetting, right? They offset each other.
$1,000, 1,000 square foot more. Well, our house is 1,000 square foot more. 400K seems a very high. I understand you have grades A+1, A+2. If you know Evergreen, Peak, their houses are rated at A. Our house looks pretty much the same as theirs. Grades, I don't know, I don't understand why they can be A and why Macmillan Place has to be A+1 or A+2. But there are many nuances I also don't understand, but for 1,000 square foot more house, 400K.
So I live in Wesley and I walk and bike the neighborhood often. There's some high tension power lines,
Yeah.
I believe, north of your property.
That's exactly.
Are any of those power lines on your property? Can you see them?
You can see.
Do they affect can you hear them?
You can see them if you want to hear, yes, they'll like their buzz. So 1301 is right on that. And
Okay.
we are like next to them. So we can see the power lines.
They're not on your property. Okay.
They're not on our.
Yeah, if you can see it on the
Yeah.
picture, you kind of see the lines going across his property is this one.
Yeah.
And that's the neighboring property.
Yeah, so you can see from our.
Point the subject property on.
Oh, yeah, it's this one. You might be able to make out that blue outline there.
It's the pond down here.
Yeah, so I can, so this is the pond here.
And you share a driveway with.
And I share a driveway. This is shared path this is 1301. This is the shared path and we go here, power lines are right here. And comparables I provided, this is a new 2-year-old house. This is about a 6-year-old house. This was built by Peak. This is a custom builder. These are the two main comps I provided. And look, if you come, if you live on the street, you see this house, they look similar from outside.
Pete, am I thinking about this right? The improvements are assessed at 17,472,200, and you've told us that the basement as is being assessed at 139K. So we back that out, it's 1.608, and divide that by the finished square footage of the upstairs only, you get about 275 a square foot.
That sounds right.
So if that analysis holds, I think the comparable number 1 is actually assessed at 286.51 if we don't consider the basement at all. It would be lower, which I don't think is helpful. I think the analysis is going to be similar to. Is there any consideration for you guys about functional obsolescence, or do you believe that the deviations, the lack of a golf simulator or a home theater are not so severe that you would apply something like that?
Okay, so if this 5,800 square foot home were in a neighborhood, give me a neighborhood, small. I'm drawing a blank. So
Canterbury.
in Canterbury Hills, you got a brand new 5,800 square foot house in Canterbury Hills, where most houses are around 2,000 square feet or so. We would have a functional obsolescence on it because it would be a white elephant. in Foxfield, it is not unusual to have a large home. And so there's no functional obsolescence in this market for this type of home. It is typical. Not every house is, is the same. There are smaller homes, but it is not unusual. And we would apply functional if it was unusual. So no, we would not apply it in this situation.
Why was there not a power line production applied?
But because the power line is not adjacent to or through the property. And I don't think that, the distance away really merit it. We certainly.
That'd be applied to the land instead of the
It
house.
would be applied it could be applied to both, depending. I mean, if it was right on the property and near the house, we would most likely apply it to both. But in this case, we would only apply it to the land if it was closer. And, we already are 75,000 below what they paid for it. And we are adjusting for the topography and location.
I think you got the land. I think you're generous with the land.
What did you pay for the land?
75. I think the generous with the houses.
That's what they paid for the house.
Did you feed into any part of your database the 1.7 million from the permit?
No, that actually doesn't come into the calculation. I just pointed that out as support. But it's not something we use. So one thing we like to rely on is the appraiser, Lewis in this case. The appraiser's experience when looking at thousands of houses and knowing what an A+1, and A+2 is, and the differences between those as compared to all the rest of them that we have graded like that. And in his, actually, certainly he can speak for himself, but in his experience, this is an A+1 house. And that's where, that's where we use where we get the information from to determine the value. The fact that it appeared that they paid the same amount as our assessment, was just kind of extra support. Now, the amount they paid could be above or below in lots of cases, and it is not necessarily the defining thing. And in our model, what's really important is one of the biggest contributors is that grade, and that's determined based on the appraiser's experience, what they see.
Do you have anything to add to it, Louis?
Yeah, based on the size, generally a high A is where a house like that's gonna fall. It was initially a higher grade when I first picked up the house. Before it was done, they were about 70% done or so, and I'd gone out just to follow up on the permit. The house was open, contractors were there, so I did a full walkthrough. That was before it was totally finished. When I first picked it up, I picked it up at a higher level A. And then just because, usually a house like that's gonna have really over the top finishes and that kind of thing. Just given the size and the money that went into it and that kind of thing. When the owners had appealed this year, I did not walk through the house when it was totally finished. When they appealed this year, I did do a full walk through the house. And it's like they said they did, cut some things back to save on some money. So I did lower the grade down from where we initially had, just based on that. It's a really nice house, but it does lack some finishes that you might expect to see in that.
And based on that change during the review, we reduced it approximately $260,000.
Well, but I do want to clarify, our land was, the new assessment is 399 and the old assessment was 535.
As part of that was the land,
That's
yes.
the biggest drop.
Okay.
The another 100K. I mean, again, for 1,000 square feet more house, should we be paying 4,000 as an assessment? 400,000, that's, as you know, as you build bigger houses, the per square footage cost also comes down. The labor is already there, they just need to extend it. So that's where my heartache is that 4,800 square foot house is that's assessed around 1.3. Ours is 5,800. Yes, it is definitely bigger. Is it 400K more? consideration.
Yeah, so
So
just to clarify, the number that I said about the approximately $260,000 reduction was just for the house reduction. We also reduced the land from
Right.
532 to 390. And the size, the size adjustment is built into our model. So the larger the house is, the lower the rate is automatically calculated.
So what you're saying is you have an A+1 that's 6,000 square feet.
Mhm.
That base cost per square foot, if it was an A+1 that was 4,000 square feet, those square foot costs would be different.
They would be. Absolutely.
What is the percentage difference roughly? Between an A+1 and an A of comparable size homes? What would it do?
Yeah, I can tell you what the difference in the adjustment is, because it's an adjustment to it. Just have to change it. So between an A+1 and an A, is that what you? So the adjustment for an A+1 is 1.97 or a 97% increase. And an A is 88% increase. So it's a 9% difference between those two.
Louis, I'm gathering you considered grading this A and decided not to. Why is it an A+1 instead of A?
I mean, we do have a grade guide, which we tend to stick to. I mean, just the 5,843 square feet. The size of the big component of that. I just felt like going from an A+2 to an A would be under the house.
Is there any factor other than size that would say makes you lean towards A+1 instead of A?
It's got the modern farmhouse kind of thing going on. It's, you know, it's open, the rooms are large, they have high ceilings. You know, there's a lot of work that goes into them. Again, it lacks finishing details, like a whole lot of extensive trim and that kind of thing. It doesn't have those, but it's still a quality home.
I mean, 1276 Owensville Road, it's a brand new house. Same, you know, the things you mentioned are pretty much the same in the nice ceilings. It's a 4,800 square foot house, 4,900. That was graded, I think, at A.
That one's assessed at more than 275. Excluding the basement. I guess where I land on this is that there's enough things that aren't a perfect fit with the model that I end up feeling like to make some type of adjustment. I don't know where the best spot is. I don't like that the basement is categorized as finished, even though it's the lowest version. Given that there's parts of it that aren't finished, and the assessor's office report about what's lacking, I think, gives some short shrift to like what would actually be required to get that up to the next tier. But I also feel like the per square foot price on the basement is sort of artificial anyway, because it's so low. I don't think the comparables provided by the applicant are compelling. They're actually assessed at a higher rate once you back out the basement from this one. So I don't think I could support making an adjustment on that basis. But going to A instead of A+1 would be something I could support.
I think that would be fair as well. I'm also concerned it's gonna go up from here. So
Almost assured.
Welcome to Albemarle County. We all have to suffer.
yeah, so we just started, we're not going anywhere from this house.
Mr. Mayo, I put up the grade guide. Let me make a picture. This is actually larger than an A+1 size wise, so it typically wouldn't be an A+1 based on its size. It would be higher. So that's kind of a difference, but it's also, there are other criteria that we use. And this is basically how it works, 9-10 foot ceilings, the amount of the corners of the house, which talks about complexity, the exteriors, the construction 2x6 versus 2x4, and not all of these are required in order for it to be great, but kind of the predominance of items that would fall in this category is where we would place it. So I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, I'm glad, I was gonna ask to bring this up. Could we compare it to the A?
With A, okay.
Kind of be like a side by side or scroll down?
I can't do it side by side very easily, certainly, yes, certain, and it would be smaller and not easy to see on that screen. So that's A-1, sorry, I skipped down. It's not in order.
What was your builder again?
Macmillan Place,
Who?
Macmillan Place.
Okay.
The A is not in order.
Sorry.
Got my-
I'll get to the A's.
Got it already, but they want-
And then A is-
They're done building now.
it's two.
And they're done.
They've dissolved their partnership. I mean, they're getting old, that's why they're like,
Is the top. She's not top.
They're not on that list.
I'm also bothered by the fact that the actual cost to construct was so far beneath the improvement valuation. It really was, even including the activation, which is really more of a cleanup. 1.535 versus I mean, that's 200K difference, and that's close in time. I mean, you're looking at November 2023 to January 2024, so you can't really argue that the appreciation covers.
Is that you?
No, that's a good question. I don't know the answer. I wish there it is, in grade A, 97, so
There we go.
I don't know what the,
1,400.
That's neat.
This is the A, yeah.
I
Concrete
remember the
base.
square footage was 35 to 5,000. A plus one,
One was 3 to 5,000.
3 to 5. Well, over 5, you're getting into luxury, but you felt because of the finish, the design, it didn't need to go into luxury.
I have to say, these look very similar to me, and if size is the only one that would disqualify it, I could see flexing the other way on it to correct something that we don't think is quite right, if others feel that way. I think I remember from last year that they don't actually have to do that either. They could leave it at A+1 if we could do some other kind of adjustment, right? I mean, all we're giving you is the number that we think is appropriate.
We do prefer that it's based on changing a criteria.
Okay.
Because that would flow through the rest. That would take care of future years.
It could, yeah, absolutely.
So if you go to, can you tell us what
What it would be?
So I don't think we're gonna be able to deliberate, or at least I wouldn't be able to complete this one at 9:58. I've got to step out. My suggestion would be that we move to table this one and try to get back on schedule for the remaining. So just so people aren't being around. You don't have to, but you can if you'd like to listen to the deliberation.
yeah, I would.
Okay, so what we'll usually do is put this one in a break, or at the end of everything else that we're gonna hear that day. Schedule allow us to do that. 15.
can we get a cell phone? Just if something changes, we can call him.
We could get it, if we get done early,
That's it.
Louis, if you would take care of that.
All right, I'm not going to,
Sorry, we beat this to death.
well, good compelling case. So I'm not gonna be able to participate in Board of Equalization application number 85. So I have a conflict, but Bob is gonna take over as the vice chair and call the next case. Will someone move to table this one until 2:15?
I move that we table hearing number 3. Which is application number 50 until potentially the end of today's meetings around 2:15.
Is there a second?
So I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that one will be readdressed at 2:15 or as soon thereafter as possible.
Thank you for coming.
It's your show, Mr. Beard. Right back as soon as I can.
Mr. Mayor, whoever's doing it, if you could just say, like Mr. Mayhew seconded, that would also help in the
Yes,
recording.
okay, great.
Because sometimes it's hard to figure out who said.
Perfect. Yes. Okay. Too. All right.
Your show, Bob.
All right, thanks, everybody. Mr. Mayo stepped out. My name is Bob Beard. I'm the vice chairman and I will take over. Is everybody good? Nobody needs a break? So we're looking at Board of Equalization application number 85. Red Lobster, Home Depot USA, Inc. The address is 1648 Rio Road East, the old Red Lobster Restaurant. And everybody here has already been sworn in, so I will swear you in. You have not been sworn in.
She was.
I will swear y'all in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And we'll go ahead and begin with the applicant. I believe you have about 17 minutes. Then the assessor will have time to talk as well. Thank you, sir.
I'll be very quick today on most of these cases. Should probably get you back on schedule, but yes, as you said, this is the former Red Lobster over there on Rio Road next to the mall.
Michael Owen. I'm just making. We had some substitutes last time I went to.
Yes, sir. So the Home Depot, of course, is a closed chain restaurant. It was built in 2010, 7,257 square feet. The proposed assessed value here is $3,916,100, or about $540 a square foot. The subject closed down in January of 2023. Unfortunately, the Red Lobster is still on the hook for the ground lease there. For my knowledge, we valued the property looking at an income approach using both the ground lease in place. We used a standard 5% JCL, 5% operating expenses, essentially to represent insurance, and 2% for reserves. We used a 6.25% cap rate, which is Davis and Young's triple net cap rate for Red Lobsters. It's a specific cap rate study. And that indicated value comes to about $2,789,500. Of course, we think that's a bit low, but we also looked at comparable sales. We saw that 2 similar chain restaurant sales occurred in 2022, one for an Applebee's and the other for Chili's. They sold for $465 and $439 a square foot respectively. They're still operating restaurants. We think, at least they should be down there. On page 3 of the packet is just the standard coast guard points. Something you're not familiar with it. And then our math starts on page 6. So on page 6 is the base rent is the ground lease rent that's owed. It's $121,000 per year. We said we included that vacancy and operating expenses, pretty minimal. Also a small reserve allocation. Well, an OI of about $106,904, but even if we capitalize the $121,000 into value at that 6.25, we're still not going to get to where the assessment is. So the land value that we calculate is about 1.7 million based on that ground lease. We utilize the improvements per the assessor's improvement value. So that's 1,079,000 added together, $2,789,500, $384 a square foot. On page 8 is that report from Davis and Young for the chain study. The average cap rate is on page 9, 6.24. Of course, that's for operating properties. Typically, the lease term is 20 to 25 years, increases 2% annually. Of course, this one's probably more danger of the lease being broken than any, but unfortunately, Red Lobster's still on the hook for the taxes here. On page 12 is our first sale. This is the Applebee's. We made adjustments based on effective age, very minimal adjustment, 5% upwards. We made an adjustment downwards per square footage because it's a bit smaller, based on that taxpayers not doing anything.
You. Assessor's office, please.
I'm sorry, we're just having a little technical camera, okay.
Stand by.
No, it's DC.
Spoken like a true professional.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just noticed.
Stand by.
But you're good now.
I'm sorry, we just lost the room video feed thing, so we got to hook back up.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Assessor's office, please.
Okay, so go ahead.
Thanks. So we assess the fee simple interest in the property by this cost approach. And we've used Marshall Valuation Service for that approach with as of October 2023, which were the most current costs available for the preparation of the 2024 assessment. We have a calculator cost based on a Class D building of good quality construction. We have the effective age of the improvements is 14 years, which is also the actual age, but I did want to comment that we were not able to inspect the interior of the property because there's no longer access to it. Physical depreciation is 24%, and the external obsolescence that we've applied is 10%, for a total depreciation of 34%. The depreciated value of the building is 952,000, plus the site improvements of 127 combined come to 107,900. The land was based on the Route 29 corridor assessing district with a median adjusted base rate for the sales of $39.75 per square foot. And those are summarized on the last page of our report. After adjustments to the land, which is equalized at $40 a square foot, we come to a value of $2,837,100. So the total cost, total assessment for the land and the improvements is $3,916,100. We don't believe that there's any reason for change to the assessment. And with regard to the sales, both of them actually were vacant at time of sale, sales that were used by the applicant. I don't believe that Applebee's was open at the time of sale. It was a surplus property, and the Chili's was also vacant at the time of sale. To the best of my knowledge, it's a property in the city, so I'm not as familiar with that property as with the other ones. Do you have anything to add, Pete?
Only that those properties are not, their locations are far inferior to the subjects, which is right on Rio Road, right near Route 29.
They're also
And
older.
they are older and they're off inside shopping center.
The Applebee's is actually below grade to
I believe-
29,
yeah, correct.
so the visibility is difficult. And I believe that the purchaser is putting about over $2 million to renovate the building.
Which one is that?
That is the former Applebee's. That's over on Branchlands by the Food Lion.
And the other one's located
The other one is the Chili's, former Chili's that was on Zan Road. Yeah.
just right off Seminole.
Yes.
Korean restaurant.
Yeah, it's now a Korean restaurant. So bought by family, I believe.
Would the applicant like, you can provide.
I'll just be quick. I didn't realize, one of my colleagues put this packet together, but I'm glad that he found sales of, vacant restaurants, because I think that's attests a bit more to, the similarity. Of course, location, but these properties were similar sort of chains. They sold for $465 and unadjusted, and $449 and unadjusted per square foot. So I think overall, I think they're good support.
Thank you. Questions for the assessor and the applicant?
Assessor have an opinion on his cap rate.
We don't,
We
don't.
don't,
use properties by the
yeah,
approach.
we do not at all. I mean, it's
I'm not
really
sure if the
difficult
cap
to
rate is the
develop.
cap rate for ground lease or cap rate for land and building for Red Lobster. I'm not sure
Right,
what that
and,
is.
and I think there, yeah, that was, so wasn't the way this was presented partly based on a cap rate for the land, current ground lease rent, which, yes, which is capped, so a cap rate on the land would be much lower than the cap rate on an improved property, because it doesn't include it. Basically, cap rates include Rock and Roy, the return on capital and return on investment. The return on capital part is the depreciation of the building. So it's a depreciatable item. Land is not depreciating. So the cap rate would be lower because it doesn't include that component. So using a cap rate that would be for improved properties, which 6.25 would more likely be for an improved property, even though we don't have any comparables to show exactly if that is correct in that sense or not. It would not be appropriate for a land, for land lease.
So at first, the request was to lower it from 3,916,1 to 3,590. The second request is to lower it from 2,789.
The first level review request was for 3,590,500, and the BOE appeal request was for 2,789,500.
That's based on two different ways of calculating or?
Correct.
It made a difference if you were able to get in the building?
As far as the cost approach goes, it would be nice to be able to verify if the improvements are the correct actual age is still the effective age, or something else has happened in there since, because the building's vacant. Was it damaged before the tenant left, or is it older, or is it in better condition? We don't really know. So
we're fairly safe, and it would be typical that unless renovations had happened, that the effective age equal the actual. So I think we're pretty solid on that, but an opportunity to see if it was worse or better would have helped with the system being more accurate.
But they're not really arguing.
So they are, but we are always looking at the whole property.
So your $40 that you based on sales, kind of adjust the market.
Correct.
On page 7. on
And then
sales.
adjust for location.
So that's consistent across all these types of properties.
It's
With
consistent.
the adjustments for location. So
That is correct. For anything on Route 29, starting at the mall, or I'm sorry, starting at Stonefield up to that section is assessed at $40 a square foot and then adjusted for location. And then for any,
Size, access,
yeah,
everything
any
else.
individual thing that affects each one.
And you want us to use the actual rent that's being paid.
That was the main argument, but the fallback is sales. So
I don't think that's actual rent, though. I think that's an estimate of rent, isn't it?
it's actuals from the lease,
Oh, from their,
ground lease.
oh, but that's the ground rent. Gotcha.
Home Depot is the purchaser.
They must have acquired this when they acquired it.
They did acquire it, right?
They acquired it as part of the purchase of the entire.
Has it closed?
Oh, yeah, Home Depot owns. No, not the whole mall, the mall itself, not J.C. Penney.
The Hewitt parcel,
County
which
owns
was
a part of it.
Penny's, and the Belk parcel.
They didn't
Is
buy the old
separate.
Sears building, or they just leased it?
So, Home Depot purchased the mall, Sears, and the rear Belks, and this property,
Out parcel.
the Red Lobster. There's also the J.C. Penney and the front Belks, which are owned separately. Everything else is owned by Home Depot now. There was a land lease under all of that, which Home Depot has now purchased. But that doesn't really relate to this, but just
Because we
to
do
let
it
you
in
know
fee
the
simple.
overall. Yeah.
So on the sales of the other restaurant.
They're just.
All right, on the Apple. 465 per unit, is it per unit? And how does that compare to what the assessment?
Under options at 540.
The Red Lobster was built in 2010, right?
Right.
And this was built in 2000.
So for instance, the former Applebee's is also based on the same $40 a square foot for the land. But we have no adjustment for location. We have an adjustment for the size of the site, which is 1.6 acres. And then for access, the way you get into it, not directly off of 29, but through.
Franchise Boulevard.
Yes.
You have a 5% reduction on subject property.
Access, yes, 5%.
Because you also didn't access the ground. 15%.
Here you gotta come inside.
So this is the former Applebee's. You know, come in around.
Yeah, you come in. Can you go to the other one?
Yeah,
Yes,
the shared entrance.
It's a shared entrance. I swear, I think the lobster's shared too.
I'm sorry,
Comes in
that's
on
not-
the signalized light
What is
and into the mall.
Hold on, that's not it.
22181, that's.
Right, oh, that is-
Yeah,
sorry,
that's.
good. So yeah, you come
You
in.
come in at the, no,
Oh, you go
oh,
right
you,
there.
yeah.
You go to the mall.
When it was open, most people, I think, used the signalized entrance just for
Here?
convenience, yeah.
Back out again.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you have access here and access here.
Yes,
So you come in at the light.
Mhm.
Come over
right,
here.
right.
Correct. Right now, please.
Sorry, that is not it.
The light. And you had 15% on Applebee's?
We do.
The other one was,
5. Subject is 5%.
right, but the other property was Zan Road.
It's in the city, so we can't pull that up.
Oh, that's right.
That's a city property. We don't have that availability.
I'm inclined to increase the access deduction.
Seems to me like Applebee's and the Red Lot are the same distance off US 29.
Both difficult.
You go to
Do you-
15%
do you
for
lower-
access, what do you get?
Do you lower Red Lobster's, factor, or do you raise Applebee's? I don't know what the criteria have they said.
And there's a light at Applebee's, right?
I don't think there's any,
Going
is there
into that
anything in
food line.
between?
Right.
Is there
There's a
anything?
light at Branchlands
Yeah,
Boulevard.
there's a light on 29, there's not a light in front.
And then there's a decel lane that goes into the Food Lion, which then you loop onto the Applebee's.
Are there any buildings in between Applebee's and 29? I don't think so.
There's not.
No, there's the
It's
old
just a-
Fairfield Inn adjacent to the Applebee's. I think they were built about the same time
Yeah, there's some vacant,
because they were
there's a lot.
It's a parking lot for the hotel and for the restaurant.
shared.
Parking lot, front of, yeah.
15% adjustment would make the
10% more.
correct. So it would change it to 2,538,400 from 2,837,000. Approximately $300,000.
As for the land.
This is the last.
See,
That's
level on
Applebee's
Applebee's.
for access. Doesn't mess with the base $40.
Right, can you give me a little insight into why they were different?
I can't.
We could be distance from the city, close.
Well, that would have been the
Distance to
location.
mall.
I've been location.
That would have been a location
Right.
adjust.
You got a 10% on that, and then 8% for size, which I guess that's just math.
Right, so the
Right, that's
10,
based on our
the 10%
land size.
location adjustment would be because the Red Lobster faces Rio and not 29. And the 100% or no location adjustment on the former Applebee's actually faces 29.
I mean, I think location and or visibility, kind of the same thing, right?
Correct.
Applebee's has a better visibility, clearly,
Clearly.
and I think.
Which we reflect in the
Yeah,
difference.
which you reflected. I just think the accesses are similar. They should be the same.
Do you have any more questions? We have a motion.
Give me the number on the land.
Sure. It's 2,538,400. Utilizing a 15% access adjustment.
Okay, I make a motion on application 85-1648 Rio Road East that we increase the access deduction 5% to 15%, resulting in land valuation $2,538,400. Improvements stay the same at $1,079,000 for a total of. Yeah, no. Oh, I'm sorry, what's the total gonna end up? at?
3,617,400.
That is correct. 3,617,400.
Total of $3,617,400.
I'll second that.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay.
And
Thank
the
you.
motion was made by David Mitchell and seconded by David North.
Thank you. Same person?
Here for the next four.
Oh, okay, all right.
He's here for the morning.
You saved us 5 minutes. Good job.
Could we take,
Time going back and back.
Yeah.
could the vice chairman please ask for a 5-minute break?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Oh, absolutely.
Do you mind?
You're good, 5 minutes, but go on.
Break until 10:30. Is that okay?
Needs to be-
Go back at 10:30? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the Board of Equalization coming back from a break. Everybody's been sworn in, so we don't need to do that again. We're considering BOE application number 81. The address is 445 Westfield Road, the VCA Albemarle Veterinary Health Care Center. And we'll continue on. Sir, could you introduce yourself again and
My name
just,
is Mike Lowen. I work for Ryan LLP and we are representatives of the taxpayers.
thank you very much.
This is a pretty easy case. As you said, it is a veterinary center. Subject property was built back in 1982, has about 3,210 square feet. As you said, it's 445 Westfield Road. If you turn to page 2, I'll walk you through the main notes. This is a very simple case. The assessment here is $922,100. I believe it's done on cost approach. We also looked at it using our own cost approach, assuming the assessor's land value. And then we also did an income approach, which is how we think that potential investor would purchase the property. We reconcile these values to a total value of $770,000 and $240 a square foot. But our cost approach came in at $883,600, about $250 a square foot. Our income approach came in at $748,000 a square foot, or $748,000 or $233 a square foot. Property was 100% occupied as the valuation date, and its assessment increased 2% over the prior year. Typical with cost indices. We utilize a 9.1% capitalization rate from RERC's fourth quarter report. We took in consideration the age, the 1982 vintage year, and the condition of the subject property, as well as the uniqueness of the tenancy. It's a veterinary office. It's not a typical box of retail. We have to build outs for smaller rooms for the treatment. They have those surgical centers. We also did a cost approach to, follow what the assessor was doing here, using our own core logic, Marshall and Swift cost estimator. And after assuming the county's assumed land value, we calculated an improvement or total value of $804,000 or $250 a square foot. Page 3 is the math. You'll see in the top right hand corner are the lease increases. This year they're paying $76,095, which is equivalent to $23.71 a square foot. Typical retail amount. We use 5% vacancy loss, which is justified by. Typically, we go with 3% for these sort of single tenancy properties, but there is a bit more risk here because of the build out. So we use 5%. We use 5% for operating expenses, pretty minimal, just insurance, management, etc. Small 20 cents per square foot reserve for replacement to take care of any capex. Of course, that's 642 is not going to be able to pay for anything, so it's minimal things. come up with an NOI of $68,033. As we said, we use that 9.1% cap rate. I'll look at that study later on. But that's the second tier retail community neighborhood average. Usually typical community and neighborhood centers have cap rates which are justified by the anchor there. We use this as more of a general retail rate. The value is $748,233 square foot. We also have the map for the cost approach to the right-hand side underneath the lease. It's highlighted. The land value we assumed from the assessor's workup, $663,700. Our improvement value is $9,904. Rounded value $88,600. Page 4 is the lease agreement, so you can check that out. Adjustments and amounts. Well, we included that chart just for clarity. On page 17 is our cost workup. Effective age of 2 years. This is the 1982 vintage. It's class D, 15 quality 2, which is average. I'll come up with a base cost of $108.69 a square foot. Stereo warming and cooling added to that base structure cost of $190 a square foot, makes sense. We took off depreciation of about $38.18 a square foot. Total cost after including the paving of asphalt at $289 a square foot, south square feet, $196.31. The total cost new would be about $631.61. Total depreciating cost comes to $139. Moving on back to page 19 is the start of that cap rate survey, which we utilized. The first tier neighborhood community center average is found on page 20. As we said, we used the second tier, but just for comparison's sake, I wanted to point this out. 8% for neighborhood community centers for the first tier, which is considered newer properties. Second tier investment property average there is 9.1. The relevant figure is down in the bottom quartile of the page over to the right. We're looking at the east. I also included the definitions that RERC uses for their tiers. This is found on relevant information on page 4. Tier 1 properties are new or newer quality construction and prime to their locations. Tier 2 properties are aging, former first tier property. Obviously, the age here is up there for this tier property, but the location is great. So I thought that was a good evaluation. Going back, we did it fell away. That's pretty much the gist of the case. It's we looked at it both on cost and income. That reconciled value. I read this back.
Thank you, sir. The assessor's office, please.
This type of property we typically do by the cost approach, and the reason why we do it is we don't have sufficient rental data in the market for veterinary hospitals. Most of them are owner occupied, and if they aren't owner occupied, they're leased for very long periods of time. So it makes market rent difficult to actually estimate. But in any event, we use the cost approach for this property. And again, Marshall Valuation Service as of October 2023 for veterinary hospitals. It's a Class D building of good quality construction. And although the improvements were constructed in 1982, they had a small addition in 88, and they've been well maintained and updated over the years. So I believe that the applicant was here last year for BOE as well. And we had it at 25 years as a effective age on the improvements last year. So this year it's now 26 years. And that's our comparison with other properties performing like functions. In other words, it's been updated over the years. They did the roof in 2023. The property manager reported to me that the flooring had all been upgraded to LVBT approximately 2 years ago. They repainted the building. It's in very good condition for its age. So I wouldn't expect the effective age to be the actual age in this case. The depreciated value of the building is $247,700. And the site improvements, we have basically paving at $10,700. So $258,400 for the improvements. The remainder of the value is in the land, and the land is at $660,000 $1,700. And that again is based on 29 corridor assessing districts, similar to the last case that we had. And we've equalized that rate at $40 a square foot. We've made an adjustment for location, size, and C1 zoning. And that brings it down to an adjusted base rate of $29.70 per square foot. Then page 5 is a copy of the location map showing the location multiplier as well as the commercial land size adjustment table. So totaling, it's land and improvements is $922,100. And then we also did consider the income approach. And Pete, did you want to talk about that a little bit?
Go ahead.
Okay. So we've looked at the lease. It was established in March of 2009. It's triple net. The tenant's responsible for all the operating expenses, either directly or by reimbursement. The landlord is responsible for the structural. The current base rate based on the 2022 income, not the 2024, is 22.98 cents per square foot for the for calendar year 2022. And I put a copy of the lease schedule on page 8 to see the calculation. We were able to find one fairly recent comp for rents in the market. It's about the same size. It was the lease commenced in 2018. So as of 2022, the base rental rate was $29.31 a square foot. Reimbursements were $4.52 per square foot. So it's also very similar in size, and it was $6.33 per square foot above the subject's 2022 base rate. We believe, based on the tenant, that this would be similar if the income approach were used. It would be similar to a single tenant net lease investment, and a more appropriate cap rate would be based on national net lease market, which averaged 7.38% as of the fourth quarter of 2023. If you applied a 7.38 cap to the tax representatives net operating income, that would come to $921,900 using their other assumptions, and that's about within $200 of the assessed value. And if you applied a lower cap rate to that, it would be a higher value. So we believe that if the cap rate were correctly applied, it would not support a reduction. But we also believe that the cost approach is the best approach to value in this case, based on the limited data from the market.
So I just wanted to add, and we included on page 2, the life cycle chart. So when we're talking about depreciation, some appraisers like to use straight line. It just ages as it goes, and equal amounts of reduction every year. But what this chart shows, and it's a study by Marshall Swift, which does all it does is costs and the effect on value, is to show that over time, it's not, time is not going by in a void. Things are being done to properties generally, and as Deb indicated, this is a very well maintained property. So things are being updated on the building, consistently, and that keeps the depreciation down. So that when you're using an effective age, you're using it to represent that condition of the property. And then, so I just wanted to add that about the cost. And this is a schedule for residential properties. They just don't have a graphic for commercial properties. So that was a helpful graphic, I think, to show that. And then when it comes to the lease on a property, using a cap rate on the existing lease, which was put in place in 2009 and is getting pretty far into the lease itself, it is really creating a leased fee value for the property and not a fee simple value. It's just representing a value of that lease and not a value of the property in fee simple. So that is one aspect of why we don't think the income approach on this that was developed was appropriate. But we also, kind of included what a more appropriate cap rate range would be. And using the high end of that means it's the lowest value that you would find using the same remainder information, the rent, everything else, just changing the cap rate in that equation. So I just wanted to point out that, kind of that the way that cap rate is determined and applied is very important, obviously, in an income approach, not just the fact that you can't just use the 15-year-old lease agreement that was put in place when if a lease was renegotiated now, it would most likely be different.
Your chart, life cycle chart. The bottom numbers, are they representing years?
Actual age.
That is representing actual age of the property in years, yes.
So by the time we get to 180 years old, sure.
It's, we're saying generally, yes, yeah.
Unless it's historic.
And when you're,
Tax
when
credits.
you look at those expected ages for properties, commercial or residential, you generally talking ages of 40 to 50 years total life. So obviously buildings last longer than that. And it's kind of that constant renewal that allows them to last longer than that. Then that's what this represents.
And how much did you say you had a comparable rent?
Yeah.
I didn't quite catch that.
Oh, okay, that's on page 8. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, page 8. So they had a base rental rate of $29.31 with reimbursements of $4.52,
So as opposed to the subjects
$22.98.
22.98. So that was kind of
We're just looking for a comp,
yeah,
something that would
so-
help.
And then how much is the rent in your scenario?
2371.
Yeah, I calculate based on.
Would the applicant like to?
I really don't have a rebuttal for this one. I think, I've laid out, it's a very simple case. It's more, the uniqueness of this particular tenant. We represent VCA all around Commonwealth or around the country, and they have about one office in every single county. But she's right, or Deb is right. There's very few lease comps. There's very few sales comps. If you can find 3 in a 5-year period, you're lucky. It's just the uniqueness of this property is why we've been this one.
In your scenario, you didn't adjust the age for any improvements that have been done through.
Right. So we just looked at, what was the property, when is the property
Right.
built?
So it's
And,
straight line.
for medical properties, of course, they're going to be doing these sort of things to the interior, but still the bricks and sticks are the things that are aging. So I guess that's our angle there.
Hey, when you said, I'll let this reply. You got a 20-year lease and there's 5 years left on it.
Mhm.
You're saying you can't really put a market cap rate on that. 15 years you can.
I'm saying that you shouldn't use that rent as market rent.
Oh, well, yeah.
Because it was
yeah,
rent that was
even with-
negotiated.
Even with escalations.
Even with escalations, those
Is there
they
any,
hoped would represent market, but they don't. Yeah.
is there any? You seen any leases where people put in, what's in a, if you wanted to try to keep it with market, what index would it tie to?
Well, to keep with the market, we would, is why we provided a comparable and, unfortunately, we would like to have provided at least 3 comparables, but it's just a lack of them. But that comparable was more to show or infer that a rent of $29 would be more appropriate instead of 22 or 23. Is I don't think that the cap rate that they used either is, but also the cap rate. So there's 2 sides to that story. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Obviously, using a higher rent and a lower cap rate would come up with an even higher value. So, not having enough data, we're not saying it's worth, 1.2 million because the rent should be higher and the cap rate should be lower. We're just saying that kind of the difficulty of that process or that method is why we didn't do it in the first place. And that's just kind of more reason to support why we wouldn't do it in this case.
This property was appealed last year.
Yes.
Was an adjustment made?
So I will.
We might have done something at the first level.
No, voted to affirm.
So it's not changed.
Seems to me that the current assessment is right on. I think the county has it right at 922. See no reason to reduce it.
Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion that we affirm application number 81 to no change. Affirm it.
Okay, motion was made by Mr. Mayu to
Second.
keep the assessment. We have a second, Mitchell. To keep the assessment at 922,100. Right? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, the assessment remains unchanged at 922,100. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next, everybody's ready? Move on to the next application is BOE application number 80. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes.
1200 Stony Ridge Road, a 34,040 square foot showroom warehouse. And we will recognize again Mr. Michael Owen of Ryan LLC, the tax representative. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Mr. Owen, sorry.
Happens all the time.
Everybody's been sworn in.
So this is ProBuild's local location. It is 1200 Stony Ridge Road, as you said. It is, considered, as a part warehouse, part lumber yard, etc. It's for building materials, of course. It was built in 1993. That's 33,140 square feet, and also some lean-tos and such. The subject assessment went down a little bit from last year, based on depreciation. This is evaluations done utilizing the cost approach, which is understandable. We looked at it both from a approach as well as a Marshall and Swift cost approach as well. Our cost approach comes in at $3,536,107 a square foot. And that's based on the assessor's land and our own calculation for the improvements. Value based on the income approach is only about 2.5 million. We reconcile those values to roughly $3 million or $91 a square foot for the enclosed part of the property. Subject property, as I said, was built in 1993. We valued this property using a 7.9% base cap rate, which is from RERC's fourth quarter 2023 second tier industrial report. So that's the best comp for most applicable cap rate for this sort of property, which is a mix of retail, but it's more of an industrial configuration. We also use Marshall and Swift cost estimation to determine the value of the subject via cost approach, assuming the assessor's land. On page 3 is the math here. On the left-hand side is our income approach. We utilize the actual rents this year, which are $6.85, in line with industrial rents. We use a 5% vacancy allowance, 5% for operating expenses, 20 cents per square foot for reserves, with an NOI of about $198,021. We use a 7.9% cap rate from our RERC's cap rate study. Comes to about $2.5 million. We also did our own cost approach. We calculated an improvement value of $1,350,851. Assume the assessor's land value of $2,184,000. We raised the total value of $3,586,100. We think that's probably more relevant. If these properties are unique, there's not a lot of tenants that are coming to come in and lease this afterwards. This is, might as well be owner occupied because of just the configuration. On page 4 is our calculation from Swift. We utilize the same variables per the assessor's worksheet as we could. Storage warehouse is a class C, height 22 feet, quality two, which is an average. There's also about 40,000 square feet of paving. There we also included the warehouse showroom store, class C, 18 feet height, also average. HVAC and sprinklers on that part, and then lumber storage, lean-tos or overhangs, 4,800 square feet and 40 square feet. Class S for those, height 15 feet, quality. We calculated a total cost new of about $2,861,000, applying our depreciation factor, just cost value of $1,251,081. We took no depreciation for the paving and asphalt, which is probably not a good idea because obviously this gets a lot of wear and tear. But we think that our cost valuation calculation is very fair. On page 6 is the actual lease in place. It was signed in 2020, so I still feel that it's in line with market. Moving back, we included the location and the CoStar report starting at page 8. Then our RERC survey, which is similar to the last packet that we talked through, starting on page 10. We used the second tier warehouse. We highlighted it for you on page 12. These investment criteria going in cap rates of page 6.5 to 9.8. That's pretty good. Very simple. Answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Assessor's office, please.
Before Deb gets started, ironically, this one, we believe an income approach was appropriate, as opposed to the last one. So we developed actually both the income and the cost, but used the value from the income approach. And I'm sure Deb would point this out, but the property, the current owners purchased this property for $3.4 million in 2021, $3,462,500. So I just want to make sure that was front and center when we're talking about the assertion that the value was far less than what they paid for it. So Deb, go ahead and go through.
Okay, great. We'll start with the income approach, which begins on page 2. And what we did was we looked for rental data for larger industrial spaces. And we had to go outside the immediate market area because, as you know, in this area, there's very little industrial. What is available is often owner occupied, and what is available for rent can rent for anything depending on who needs it when they need it. We just don't have enough industrial. So we went and we looked at rents, which I put 3 of them on page 3, and felt that rental 1 and rental 2 were fairly similar, but outside our market. Rental 3 was superior to us, but is located in the same industrial park as the subject. On that basis, we concluded that a rental rate in the range of $9 to $10 a square foot would be reasonable for the subject. And we went at the lower end at $9 per square foot due to the additional 20,480 square feet of lumber storage yards. I put a nominal rental rate of $1.50 per square foot to those storage sheds because the yard and storage, outside storage is very desirable in the county and there's not a lot of it. So somebody would be willing to pay something more for having that ability, having that on their property. It's the property is currently occupied by a single tenant, National Credit. We did not apply a vacancy or collection loss because the risk of the tenant exiting prior to the end of the lease term is unlikely due to the existing lease, which is far below market. Operating expenses are based on a triple net structure, so we applied a 4% management fee and a 20 cent per square foot replacement reserve. The estimated net operating income was concluded at $316,789, and page 5 is the worksheet that shows those calculations. So the capitalized income value based on the income approach was $3,959,900. The overall cap rates were developed based on our warehouse model for 2024. This would be a grade 1 property, and cap rates for the national warehouse market per PwC was between 3 and 6.5%,
for as of third quarter of 2023, which was the most current data available at the time of the assessment. The average was 4.97% overall cap rate. We did not have any cap rate sales reported in 2023 in the local market, no surprise, because we have no inventory. CoStar reported sales of industrial properties throughout Virginia ranging from 4.8 to 15% with a median of 6.55%. And that chart's located on page 7. The overall rate that we established for grade 1 properties was 8%, which is 150 basis points above the upper limits reported by PwC and 145 basis points above the median cap rate reported by the sales. So we feel this was reasonable support for an 8% cap rate. When you apply the 8% to the net operating income, this results in a value of $3,959,600 by the income approach. The cost approach starts on page 8. That was also considered based on a Class S showroom warehouse building. The quality of the construction is average good, and the effective age is 30 years, which is also the actual age. Total depreciation for the building was 60.5%. The depreciated value of the building is $970,600. And the building sections are presented on page 9. The remaining buildings are all lumber storage sheds, and there are 4 of them, and they total 480 square feet. They're all Class S, average good, average story height of 16 feet, and we've depreciated these structures by 80%. On page 11, the site improvements are shown. It's basically the asphalt parking area of $193,900. When combined, the site improvements and the building improvements total $1,311,900. The land value has been equalized based on recent sales of parcels located in the Mill Creek Industrial Park, which are summarized on page 13. The median adjusted base rate for the sales is $10.22 per square foot, and we've equalized the rate at $10 per square foot. There's 5.63 acres that has been adjusted for size only. The remaining 2.0 acres have been adjusted for size and for topography issues, like they tend to slope at the edges. The 2024 land size adjustment table is inserted on page 14 for reference. The land value after the calculations, calculations is $2,290,900. So the cost approach is concluded at $3,602,800. So we considered both approaches. The assessor has chosen to rely on the income approach because it's an income producing property, and the assessed value of the subject is concluded at $3,959,900.
Thank you. The applicant, please.
The only thing I'd like to say is, this property, I wouldn't consider to be a Class A industrial site. You think more of a large warehouse, 100,000 to 300, 400,000 square feet, either along I-85 or, being along I-64 is fine, but down near Richmond, we have tons of big distribution warehouses. Those would be appropriate to use, a 4 or 5 or 6 cap rate on. Now it's inching up towards 6. I think that the uniqueness of the site is important to consider. So, Deb and I actually agree pretty much on the cap rate here, but I just wanted to clarify that even though they consider it the first tier, that this property wouldn't be considered first tier elsewhere. That's what I'm pretty excited.
Thank you. Questions?
I have a question, is the cost approach or the income approach, is either one preferred if either can be done? Or how does that?
They're preferred in different situations.
Depends.
Yeah.
Depends on the data
Because the
available.
reason I asked, because the next one in the same complex.
Right.
You did the other one.
Mhm.
That is correct.
So I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just asking why that is that.
It's a distribution facility. This is a storage warehouse.
Yeah, so the difference between the storage warehouse with the building supply component and this other property being a
Distribution.
distribution warehouse. Yes, so that they are different, even though they're both industrial. There are differences between them.
So if you have your choice, which method do you prefer?
It really matters if the income is more appropriate in a situation as to if the income approach is gonna be chosen. So we have chosen an income approach on this property to be more appropriate based on its type of property and the information used to value it, while the other property is less reliable situation.
Anyone else have questions, observations?
I have another question. Do you switch back and forth?
We try not
the
to.
next?
From one year to the next?
Yeah,
No,
No.
no, we don't.
You don't?
Well, if we decide that generally we should be relying on one in a new year, it's not that we would never change it, but we weren't gonna change back. And forth. We aren't gonna
Like
decide.
Last year, this was
Was it cost?
appraised under the same approach.
Last year, this property was
Appraised by cost,
appraised by.
because we
cost.
were only 1,000 square foot
Yes,
buildings.
we changed
The criteria of the model.
the criteria of the industrial to include more an income approach analysis on, instead of just properties over 50,000 square feet, to include, what is it, properties over
25,000.
25,000 square
So last year was under the cost.
feet. Correct.
It was.
Correct.
Anybody else have questions? Do we have a motion? Anything?
I'll move that we affirm the assessors. Assessment on BOE application number 80, which is $3,959,900.
Yes.
Motion to affirm by Mr. Norford. Seconded by Mr. Mayu, and all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
This is Evan Mayo. I've rejoined the meeting. I abstain from this vote.
Evan Mayo has abstained from the vote. Thank you. All right, Mr. Mayo, would you like to get the chairman's roll back, please?
Like to.
Yeah. I think we're on BOE application number 83.
Nothing to observe in my absence. Any complaints?
I was confused the whole time.
You look like very confident. Okay, so we'll hear now the application for BOE application number 83, 1122 Stony Ridge Road, for Mountain Industrial Properties LLC.
So the subject property is a distribution warehouse. It's occupied by FedEx. It was purchased as a large FedEx portfolio by a giant on our RMR group. Subject property, turn to page 2. Subject property is an industrial warehouse, 48,600 square feet. It was built after 1998. Sits on 6.5 acres. Property was 100% occupied by FedEx. Increase 1% every 5 years. Subject is currently assessed on cost, but it should be as income producing property, probably valued on the approach. New put purchase value of subject property. We derived our 6.8% capitalization rate from our ERC's fourth quarter 2023 real estate report, taking into consideration age, size, condition. This isn't, one of those first tier class A sort of industrial warehouse, or distribution warehouses. Those are over 60,000 to 100,000 square feet. And then it's upwards to get to mega warehouses, which are 300,000 square feet. Value is subject based on the actual. That's showing 3.3 respectively at the cap rate. Our pro forma, assuming the in-place rents from the 1/1/2024 rent roll, that's about 4.5, which we think is the most appropriate value. On page 3, we want to do that. See the T12 of 2021 is only a partial year. There was some everything to the right stuff. But then moving forward is the actual performance since ownership, 2023 and 2022. We utilized a critical income appreciation using $6.85 rents. Using 5% operating expense. We did not use a vacancy loss because FedEx isn't going anywhere. This is a great location. We used a 27 per square foot reserve allocation. Have that. NOI 350,164, 6.8% cap rate from our ERC. It's about $458,000, $93 square foot, which is within the range of similar class B sort of where it's sort of things went kind of crazy for a while for industrials, especially for the big larger industrials. They're selling at least $100 a square foot up to $140 a square foot. That's tapered back this past year. It's right $100 a square foot. Or even brand new stuff along major roads. On page 4 is the income statement. And then starting on page 5 is the income statement since ownership of the so you can check that out. On page 11 is the official rent roll of the site. So it's FedEx current class 1.7. They're paying $6.85 a square foot. On page 13 is the profile of the property. Overheads. On page 15 is the start of the cap rate survey. We said 6.8% cap rate was found on page 16 at the bottom quartile to third column from the left. On our industrial warehouse. Also including second tier and third tier, but as we said, we think this is first tier. We also included the definitions utilized by our ERC in there, page 19 and 20. On page 20, tier 1 properties are new or quality construction and prime to good locations. Moving on back, we also included the worksheet of the site, the 22 cost per cup from the assessor's CAMA program. And then, of course, on page, the last page is RL. But we think that this probably should be valued based on income.
So I just wanted to, just one thing that Mr. Owen said, the original value increased, I don't know, approximately 1% over 2023. However, on review, we reduced the value. It actually went down since last year. So I just want the number that he shows in his packet of 5,612,000 is the correct assessment, but it's a reduction from the 6,000,000
163.
or the 6,081,400 of 2023. So, and then Deb's going to go through the numbers.
Okay, so again, we considered both the income approach and the approach. We looked for industrial rental rates throughout the region since there's not sufficient data within the local market. We have on page 2 summary of the rentals that we considered. They range from $850 to $1625 a square foot, and averaged $1137 a square foot. 1, 2, and 3 are Waynesboro, Troy, and Ferncliff, where rents are generally less expensive.
4 and 5 are from Charlottesville, and 6 and 7 are actually FedEx facilities that are located in Chantilly and Emporia. Based on the data that we had available to us, we concluded a rate near the average at $11.50 a square foot as a reasonable estimate for the subject property, an estimated gross income at $552,449. The vacancy and collection loss, again, it's a single national credit tenant. We didn't apply that to the credit profile. So the operating expenses were also considered, and there was a management fee and replacement reserve applicable to this property, resulting in a net operating income of $527,43. The overall cap is again based on a grade 1 property with the same 8% rate that we had established based on the discussion we had before of the national survey and the industrial sale data throughout Virginia. And the income approach was concluded using an overall cap rate of 8% for a value indication of $6,509,300. We also developed a cost approach, which starts on page 7. This is a Class S fully sprinkled distribution warehouse. Quality of construction is good. We've set the actual age and the effective age to 26 years. And there's 2 sections to the building. One is the distribution facility, and the other is a customer service center with a substantial amount of office behind it for their employees. Site improvements consisted of asphalt paving area and the travel ways and a loading well. The perimeter security fencing and the electronic gates were not included in the site improvements, so they have not been assessed. When combined, the depreciated cost of the building and the site improvements is $3,910,200. The same land value was established using the Mill Creek Industrial Park rates that we discussed in the last appeal. They were $10.22 per square foot, median adjusted, and are located on page 10. Again, base rate was $10 a square foot. The subject has an acreage of 8.94 acres. And so we made a 54% size adjustment based on our land size adjustment schedule. Topography has also been adjusted 5% to represent the varying elevations that surround the building pad. After the adjustment, the subject land assessment is $1,708,100. The total value concluded by the cost approach is $5,612,000. The cost approach was concluded lower, the income approach was concluded higher. Although this is an income producing property, estimating market rent for a distribution facility like this is very difficult because we just don't have a lot of them in our market. So we concluded at the lower value of $5,612,000.
And I just wanted to point out, in even more pronounced than the last property, the rent is far below market on this. It's an older lease, I believe, and using that rent would not be appropriate to determine a market value. It's be simple. This again would be a leased fee value, which would be offset by a leasehold value that would be held by the lessee, which made up the difference between the 2 values. So, you know, our value represents fee simple, and the applicant's value essentially represents lease fee. The difference is the value that the lessee holds. But for the assessment purposes, we're supposed to be assessing as fee simple and representing what the market value would be. So I believe our income approach and of course our cost approach represent that better than the applicants.
The only thing I would add is that, $6.85 is actually really close to market for these sort of properties, down in Richmond or down in the Tidewater. The big new properties are being built, they're signing leases at about $7 a square foot, $7.50 a square foot. If you're getting into the $10 range, it's gonna be more specific. And, I think that the value here that derived using the lease fees is gonna be the most appropriate for this, because that's somebody would sell or buy it for if it wasn't part of this huge portfolio. The allocated value from the 2022 acquisition, it was a huge portfolio. Like you said. It was over 40 properties, but they allocated about $4 million for this particular. But it's close to what the fair market value is.
And if I can rebut the rebut, that sale was 1999. If that's what Mr. Owens referring to. I don't know, are you talking about another?
So
because
that was
We don't
the-
have any other transfer.
So there's a transfer that occurred in 2022. So the entity sold as part of the huge portfolio. Yeah, you're right. The last time that this property sold, not part of that.
So back in 1999, 25 years ago, it sold for $3,900,000. And I just want to point out, we agree the income approach is difficult, and that's why we use the cost approach on this.
The $6 to the income approach, $6 to, say, 625.
Six, eight.
Charlottesville,
Yeah, Charlottesville is always now.
there's a limited supply. And especially this type of product. So I think the 685 is significantly lower than this market is going to go out. But I understand that the assessor used cost because they explained why. I understand that. It is unfortunate. We are not the largest market in the world. We have these, especially when it comes to warehousing here. Everybody knows there's not enough. The county tries to encourage. It's just hard. I'm not persuaded that the city, that the county has made a mistake here.
Okay. Does anyone else have any further questions for the applicant of the assessor's office? Any further comments on the methodology, concerns? Is there a motion? Take action on this application?
I move that application 83 1122 Stony Ridge Road. That no adjustment is made to the assessor's valuation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Beard. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the assessor's office confirmed with respect to Board of Equalization application number 83 1122 Stony Ridge Road. Now here appeal of Board of Equalization application number 86. One address is 1500 State Farm Boulevard. Owner is JDM2 SF National LLC, care of State Farm Mutual Fund, presented by Mr. Not Brian. Oh, yes, Mr. Owen.
And I want to point out that we are actually 20 minutes ahead of schedule now.
Way to go,
Thank you,
Michael.
Mr. Owen. We appreciate it.
Mr. Ryan, Mr. Owen.
So we will probably call some back here because this is a more complicated case. This one is a bit of the Chicken Little Skies Falling office market case. And it's been interesting, watching what has happened to especially insurance offices around Virginia. So we represent both Allstate, State Farm, It's been interesting to see what they've done since the pandemic, because work culture has changed immensely going into the office. So, this is a Class B office building. It's in good condition. Built originally in 1978. It's 362,155 square feet. Single tenant, or used to be single tenant, it was just State Farm there. Took up the entire thing, and now there's that. There is a subtenant in here. They're only paying $14 a square foot full service. But if you'll turn to page 2, I'll walk you through this. As I said, it's considered based on age, it'd be Class C, but it's Class B. It's well taken care of, set up for institutional user. Has lots of meeting space, just well taken care of. But since the pandemic, State Farm has downsized, just as Allstate has. Allstate has left both their buildings out on the road. But those are on a much different scale. Both their properties are under 8,000. This being 362,000 square feet is just a whole different sort of story. And finding an office user that will fill this, or finding office users to split this up for, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be extremely costly as well. Due to the pandemic, as I said, State Farm continued to make it slightly. The owner and State Farm were business partners when they acquired this site. They acquired a few more around the country, I think 6 separate sites that were part of this portfolio. State Farm has been, out there in the market, brokers trying to find subleases for this asset. State Farm is still on the hook for $14 a square foot triple net. Of course, because of the footprint, it's going to be hard to find users, and there's likely going to be a rent discount for the triple net rents paid by State Farm. Or even if a large enough tenant can be found, they might be service property. So far, there's only been one sublease. It was 48,000 square feet, and as I said, they're paying $14. We performed 3 pro forma income approaches. We used one approach using the in-place triple net rents that State Farm is still on the hook for. We used a bifurcated analysis using $14 a square foot rents for the unoccupied space. State Farm is still on the hook, as I said, and then $14 a square foot for full service for the sublease for 8,000. And then finally, a third analysis takes pretty much all the space to market, considers a full service lease, deducts the full lease up cost below the line. To simplify our analysis, we assume the assessor's 9.25% cap rate. This would be extremely arguable just based on the size of this property, and it's really going to be dependent on investor operations. Our sales comparison approach, we also looked at 3 sales from all around the region. It's finding a 300,000 square foot office is not easy, especially a sale that's occurred in the last few years. It hasn't been distressed. We adjustments to those sales and adjusted value of $83 a square foot, which would indicate a total value here of $30 million. We're walking through our income approaches on the next page. I'll walk you through that here. On the very left-hand side is the triple net analysis. It's in blue. Base rent this year is going to be $4,504,983. It's 10% vacancy collection loss, because obviously nobody's in there. It's going to be, there's a huge amount of risk involved with that profile. Operating expenses 10%, just pretty much reserve allocation 2%. Take care of any capex. And operating income of 3.5 million, and then 9.25% rate indicates a total value of real estate of 38.5 million. From that, we've deducted 11.5 million, which would be lease up costs based on that triple net analysis to get the 362,000 square feet down to a 5% stabilized vacancy. That's probably overcounting. We should probably just bring it down to 10% stabilized vacancy, but still the lease up cost would be considerable, bringing the value to right around 30 million. The bifurcated analysis is in orange. Left-hand side is that same triple net analysis based on the rents in place. And then the $14 a square foot full service analysis next to it indicates a total value of about 29 million, or about $83 a square foot. And then full service is bringing it to market. That's in the green, $2.25 a square foot, which we based on lease comps from around the service area as best we could. Of course, finding lease comps for these properties is difficult. We tried to also expand our search out to the general Virginia market. We brought the vacancy down to 5% with this analysis, then use a 35% expense ratio. For full service would be hopefully between 30 and 35%, which taxes. This for size of property, 2% for reserves. bringing the NOI to 4,822,682. Use that same 9.25% cap rate, which is in line with surveys and sales, same as what the assessors used. Indicated value of the income approach for a stabilized property, 52.1. Of course, there's going to be a substantial cost to get it released. We calculated that to be 22.8 million, bringing the value down to roughly $30 million. That's still $80 a square foot range. On page 4 is our calculation of lease-up costs. On the left-hand side is our triple net assumption. So pretty much minimal, it's an improvement allowance of $10. Lost rent, 2% per square foot. Commission 6%, 10-year lease, if you get it. Annual discount rate of 10.5% for PWC. If it leases up to 24 months, that would be a present cost of about 11.5 million after adding 10% for voucher for profit. Nobody's gonna do that. On the right-hand side is the market or full service analysis, $22.25, substantially higher market tenant improvement allowance of $30 a square foot. Really depends on how they have to cut this thing up. If it's spaces for smaller users, or they get lucky and get somebody in there, there's going to be some requirements to change up the same assumption for lease, same assumption for commission, same assumption for discount rate. Indicates total lease up cost of about 20.8 million plus 2% for entrepreneur profit. Present value of lease cost about 22.8. On page 5 is our sales analysis grid. We looked at two properties from Northern Virginia, one in Reston. That property was 235,005 square feet, about 24 years old. It's renovated most recently in 2013. Sold for an unadjusted value of $102 a square foot, considered class as office. We also looked at a property in Arlington, 4601 North Fairfax Drive, sold for $102 a square foot unadjusted. It's built in 1956, 239,678. And then we looked at two former Capital One owner occupied properties that sold in Richmond, in the Innsbrook area, 10700 and 10750 Wheat First Drive. That was bought by Berkshire Hathaway, I think, for owner occupied use. That's sold for those two buildings for $108 a square foot. Total square footage, there are actually two buildings there. The total square footage was 192,187. Were built in 1997. All these properties are a bit newer than the subject. They're all well taken care of. They're all in class A sort of properties, whereas this is subject to class B, mostly based on age. I made adjustments for conditions of sale. The campus commons sale, which is the Reston sale, was assemblage. So made a deduction there, dropped the price about 5%. Then owner user increased the price about 5% because Capital One was getting out. So Hathaway is getting in. All those adjustments were appropriate. Everything else, all the other adjustments, we made adjustment for physical characteristics. Thought that all the class A's were above average. Number of units, we made adjustments for the differences in square footage, also the differences in land size. Obviously, this subject property sits on a large piece of land, much bigger than the other properties that we compared it to. So the adjustment was considerable. Location, made adjustments because Northern Virginia is a much different market than Charlottesville. Richmond, we made an adjustment there. Occupancy, we made adjustments there based on subject property being only about 13% occupancy, 65, 60%. After adjusting those values, we come up with a reconciled unit of comparison or square foot of $83 applied to the subject square footage, about 30,140,000. On page 6 is the marketing brochure for the property. Good idea. So you actually got to take a tour of it. Pretty impressed.
I did.
It was tough getting a
The
broker.
assessor went with us as well.
Yeah, yeah, they got stood up the first time.
Yes, we did, but we
Yeah.
persevered.
But you can see, it's well taken care of. Obviously, State Farm needs to hand the keys back in good condition. But just finding a user, that's the hardest part. On page 16, I included an email from the asset manager. Saying, I asked if there's any changes that have been made to the site, since they no material changes, but the subtenant actually occupies 48,000 square feet. There's an amendment sublease to add additional space. Everything else is the same, they're out. There, no prospects on the horizon this time. I wrote, published and advertised asking rate for the site for either rents The current tenant pays for service, do not offer any tenant improvement allowance on their leases for amendment to add space. The road commission is 4%, but the federal would be 5%. As far as term, obviously, there's subleases with expirations in alignment with the expiration of the master lease. Starting on page 17, this is where the package is following this, but I'm going to narrow it down to the most things. I did want to include all the sales of properties over 100,000 office properties over 100,000 square feet from around Virginia the past 3 years. You can see, the range is between $2 a square foot, of course. So up to an average of $83 a square foot. The median is $99 a square foot. The high was $103 a square foot. The average cap rate was 9.5%, which is right in line with the assessor values. Moving back, I'll point out the sales profiles of the subject properties, or sales comparisons that I put those lines on page 25 is the campus commons sale. That's the one in Reston, 245, 755 square foot. Vintage, renovated in 2013. Good looking property. We actually used to represent this for Spear Street owned it. It's been sold to a different. Moving back on page 38 is the next sale that we would like on our sales comparison approach. This one is in Boston. It was a Class A building built in 1986, 250,678. Seller was UBS. Bought by Intense. See. Sold for unadjusted value of $100 a square foot. Then the final sale that we were likely to fund in our grid is page 93. That is the, there's 2 buildings in the sale, but this is the first building, 10-750 First Drive, this one. Capital One buildings, Class A, it's all taken care of. As I said, it was a portfolio sale for 2 properties, $20,750,107 a square foot. And that occurred in November 2022. Moving on back, I did include some lease comps just to give lease rate that I use at $22 some change square foot, something to support it. On page 95 is the lease comp summary. Lease comps for leases signed over 20,000 square feet. The range was below $22.30 for gross effective starting rent. I guess that's the statistic they have that. But for gross starting rent per square foot, low is $5.76 square foot. Obviously not realistic. High was $20.30, which aligns with the rate. Yeah, this is a tough one. I don't know what's going to happen with the property. They're going to be able to find somebody to fill it. Just going to be able to offload it at the end of the lease expiration. What really complicates things is that State Farm into this is the oil business partners. So obviously there's some intermingling there. But I did include also a few articles that you guys we all the state office super flux. So there's a lot of downsizing, people readjusting their expectations, what they need. But that's 135. Sobering outlook for office values, global decrease seen across the board. That's what I think it's time.
We have an assessed valuation of $41,243,600 right now. We base this on the income approach, but we do not consider the additional income from the subtenant in our valuation. And the property is still fully leased by an investment grade tenant through November 30th, 2028. It's being marketed as a core asset with an investment grade tenant with over 5 years remaining on the term. So for the vacancy rate, we wanted to recognize the physical loss of the tenant, and we have applied an extraordinary vacancy of 15%. And to recognize any of the economic obsolescence due to the larger size of the improvements, we adjusted the cap rate by 100 basis points compared with other grade 2 properties. This is the only grade 2 property in the market that benefits from this higher cap rate.
The income approach begins on page 6. And on page 7, we went through, basically, we used the scheduled base rent for 2022, which we were able to get from the lease abstract that had been provided in prior years. And then because State Farm or another entity directly pays all of their expenses, this is an absolute net lease. We had to estimate expenses to establish a full service rental rate. And so on page 7, there is a calculation of what we estimated, $8.09 a square foot. The market rental rate full service was concluded at $22.25 a square foot. And I think that was the same thing you concluded at, $22.25 square foot. So we have estimated potential gross income of $8,057,949. Again, vacancy, extraordinary vacancy of 15% was applied to recognize the physical loss of the tenant, and operating expenses of $8 a square foot were based on the summary. And we have also applied a 2% effective reserve, 2% of effective gross income, then leaving the net operating income at $3,815,031. The cap rate is again a 2L, which is the only property with this grade in the market, in our market, and was established just for this property. The assessment model that we developed included both survey data from PwC Real Estate Investor Survey for the national suburban office market, which ranged from 5 to 8%, averaging 6.54%, and also from sales transactions throughout the regional office market. They are included on page 11. They had a median price per square foot of $191.23 and a median cap rate of 7. Let's see. That's all there. When you apply the 9.25 cap to the net operating income, you get $41,243,600. We think that this is very fair and equitable, considering that we're using a higher cap rate, that we're using extraordinary vacancy to recognize the physical loss of the tenant, that we're not including revenue that's being generated by the subtenant, which is actually beneficial to the property. And also, they put $15 million of their own money into this property in order to lease that 48,000 square feet, which is a ton of change for a tenant. So I don't know, we don't have any detail on it, but I don't know when their lease actually expires, but I would assume that it would be similar to the State Farm expiration in November of 2028, unless some other arrangements were made for them, but that's still significant to be in there a few years and pay that kind of money. So they now have a specialized space, and I believe our economic development department was helpful in getting them in there, bona moose.
Is that just walls and finishes, or is there
No, it's-
specialized equipment?
It's specialized, it's lab, it's storage lab, their production facility for the enzyme production, warehouse and office.
But is that just building improvements? It's not personal property.
No, that was the
That's just building
permit,
improvement.
that was the permit pull.
To change it to those types of uses
Yeah.
from what it was.
It was basically for 5
Correct.
years.
A lot of money.
State Farm's area back there was predominantly warehouse. So they needed the higher ceiling height, of course, and basically a blank slate, but within a building which has redundancy for with generators, underground IT, plenty of parking, all secure. So it fit for them in that regard. And I guess to them, to be able to be up and running, that was a good place for them to consider, even at that dollars.
Plus, if you compare the rent they paid, it was kind of, I'm sure when they go in, I don't know the details of what they actually did, but when they went in, they decided to pay a certain amount of rent per square foot, plus the amount of money they'd have to put into it. So it's kind of a package. And I'm sure they looked at it as in, we're going to be in here for 5 years. This is the amount of money we're going to pay. You don't know what's going to happen at the end, and maybe they don't either. But
And
that
they
was
might be
their
offered
investment for
something
that
else later.
period.
We don't know, yeah.
So at the end of the 5
They're really
years,
profitable.
at the end of the 5 years, they go, do they take any of that stuff they just spent $15 million?
No, this is all real estate, so they would lose it at the end of their lease. The tenant improvements stay with the real estate. They're not like equipment like refrigerators or something that you would take out, and take with you somewhere else. At least what we're talking about is. But I would also like to add, to me, the valuation of the property at $30 million is really fire sale type of valuation. It's really distressed. We have a cost approach. We didn't talk about the cost approach at all. But we have a cost approach in our system that actually comes up with $56 million. In this case, you know, it's complex. You have State Farm, 5 years left on their lease. It's you know, what would the rent be going at the end of that? We also feel that because that rent is going to continue to come in for the next 5 years, almost guaranteed, because this is a very good tenant. There's not a lot of emphasis. If this property was actually vacant, no tenant, they would be motivated to get out there and find a tenant, and they would more likely fill it quicker. But there's no motivation over the next few years, certainly, to put a tenant in when they're already getting guaranteed rent. Plus, they've got the bonus tenant, I'll call him, with Bonamoose. So it's kind of a good situation for the property owner. But valuation wise, I think we've taken the information that we've got for the market and for the rent and come up with a good valuation. Now, a fair valuation, thank you. This property, there were several transfers. And I want to make this point because we've talked before about kind of the sale price and not being being a lease fee compared to fee simple. This property had a transfer in 2013 of almost $70 million, in 2014 of 72.9, and those represented sales of those lease payments. So that was a straight lease fee. We never assessed it that high. So when I was given that example of the fee simple and the lease fee, the difference between those, it's not always positive. In this case, we saw it as a negative because the market value is actually lower than that lease fee. And that can happen either way. So our assessment now has dropped all the way down. You know, there have been changes to the office market. This property is getting closer to the end of its actual lease. And we are now down to 41,200,000 and change from where we were. I think the highest we got to was 65 million in previous years. So I think the information that Deb has provided to you is appropriate and it's a fair evaluation for this property, and that taking it down to the applicant's request would really be a distressed situation, not a true market value, even in the situation the property's in, would not be a fair valuation. And it is in pristine shape. And as he said, he stressed this, they maintain it very well. Deb was very impressed by how good a condition the property is in.
Is it actively on the market for sale?
It is listed in CoStar. I don't know if you have information other
They
than that.
don't have that. They're hoping somebody would come in and say, hey, be very optimistic. Pay more than that.
There's no buyer on the hook.
It's gonna be tough to sell this one.
Medical.
Mentioning, sorry.
Sorry.
But mentioning fire sales, one of the things that I do have, where my office is located, I do have a lot of properties along DNA Alley near Rockville, Maryland. And, life sciences is what moved in here. The build outs are incredible. Tenant improvement allowances are $150, $200 a square foot. So, the reason why their subtenant is able to pay $14 a square foot full service is because they paid for their build out. I'm surprised they would put that much into it for that sort of period of time. But it's also not surprising because you have to have clean rooms, you have to have ventilation, you have to have very specialized systems. If they stay there, that would be great. But this, the business partner is very can't see about this particular property, because once State Farm is gone, they don't really have anybody else after that. I tried to be fair with how I looked at, distressed sales, but like even looking at distressed sales of similar sort of properties, they're selling for around $50 to $60. We're looking at $100 a square foot is kind of where the market is headed to almost all office. Unless it's something very, very special to keep up on. But, I think $83 a square foot is a fair value for a property that, has this sort of vacancy issue, has this sort of concern going.
I think over the life of State Farm's occupancy in this building, I added up, I think about $40 million in building permits that they spent over the years while they were in there. That's one of the reasons why this is such a quality Class B space.
In great condition, yeah.
Was there any adjustment in the operating expenses based on the fact that nobody's there?
We gave them an extraordinary vacancy.
So vacancy, which would have reduced the revenue. But we actually, now the expenses you calculated based on it being occupied.
Mhm.
So yes, we kind of use the scenario that if this property, we give vacancy to represent a market vacancy, but we give it expenses based on it being occupied, because obviously, not being occupied, the expenses are going to be lower than if it was fully occupied. But we believe that we've included that in our analysis.
The State Farm has how many years left on at least 5?
5,
November 30, 2028 is the end of the term.
so getting close to 4.5 or so.
They could always renew and move back in.
I didn't see them having a conversation with their employees.
Well, if the other company spent 15 million just to get 48, maybe they will buy the whole.
Maybe, you never know.
I don't think I've seen a life science building this size, but it'd be incredible, and the assessment would be absurd because usually they pay.
Love it.
Yeah.
Here now, tomorrow.
Usually the way those leases work, they're paying like $45 a square foot triple net,
Mhm.
but all of that money is going back into the build out. So, they're really paying, $10 or $15 a square foot, but everything, above $30 or on the $30, the initial rent is all going, amortizing the build outs, which is just insane.
Further questions? We have a motion.
I'd like to move that we affirm the assessment at 41,243,600.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Is there a second? Then, all of those in favor of affirming the assessment? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Good. The office, Albemarle County Assessor's Office, decision has been affirmed with respect to Board of Equalization application number 86. Thank you for your presentation.
Thanks for all your attention and we appreciate you hearing me out.
See you next year.
Yeah. Unless they get everything completely right.
Mr. Mayo, can we take a couple minute breaks if you want to continue, maybe discuss a few other things like minutes and stuff like that?
Sure.
Can we take a break first?
Sure.
Yeah.
Good. We're not scheduled for.
The next one is 12:45, so we've got
12:45.
Yeah, after lunch.
Quick question on that.
Okay. All right, so the Board of Equalization has returned back in session, I should say. And before we hear the next appeal, we have a couple of administrative items, maybe just one. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes, draft minutes from July 9th, 2024? Any revisions or updates there?
Mr. Mayor, I didn't know if there was any details from the one hearing that you wanted to have in the minutes that were not in there. And if there are, then you might want to defer this to.
No, I think that's accurate from 11, my recollection. Actually,
We have it recorded.
yeah, all right.
That's part of the record, right?
Correct.
Yeah. All right. These appear accurate to me. Is there a motion with respect to the minutes from the July 9th, 2024 meeting?
I'll make a motion, we approve the minutes of the July 9th meeting.
Thank you, Lynn. Is there a second? Sir, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, these draft minutes are accepted. Anything else?
That's it, now that it's time.
Okay. Very good. So we will now hear Board of Equalization application number 77. Acreage number ending in 4500 by Route 9 LLC. Thank you for coming. I'd like to swear you in if that's okay. Just hold your right hand up. Do you both swear that you'll tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
So there, with the Board of Equalization, you'll have 10 minutes to present your case. There will be 7 minutes for the assessor's office to submit their case, argue their case, and then you'll have a 3-minute rebuttal period. We may ask you questions throughout, but we'll try to save them to the end. So you can get on a roll. Okay. Very good. So take it away.
First one's Holiday. That property, is, we feel that being taxed as it can be developed and currently that property cannot be developed. I've seen it. Albemarle County Service Authority has been saying they were going to upgrade the sewer line for 4 years now, almost 5. So I can build 130. I actually can't build that. I think there's 30 units that can be built on that line. So I'm sitting on property I personally built. Water, sewer, roads, curb, gutter, and I can't sell it. I can't sell it. I can't build on it. I don't have the sewer capacity. I believe rules would be that once the line gets to 80%, they have to put it out for engineering. Gets to 90%, it has to go out to bid. In 90, someone that position has to be actively being worked on. I do know, I've talked to Justin numerous times. They're having a hard time getting easements. We have given them the easements that they need from us. I think they've gotten 5 and we're 3 of them. So it's not that I'm holding them up, but I can't develop. So I don't think I should be paying the taxes that I'm paying on a piece of property I can't develop because, and not of my fault. It's pretty simple. And Pete knows this. We've talked with Pete about it for years. And we had an agreement 3 or 4 years ago, I think, that he reduced it for us, and then we were going to go up a percentage because we were getting closer to thinking the county's going to get the sewer line done, but they haven't done anything. So I don't really think that I should be having to pay.
You're no closer today.
Yeah, I'm no closer today than I was 4 years ago. And just, I just don't think it's right.
Okay.
This condition is for the next 2. Same problem for.
Yeah.
Am I reading that right?
Everything that's Hollymead Town Center,
Just two pieces,
2 pieces at Hollymead Town Center.
32, 45,
5,
50.
50, 45.
That's not true. The boulder view. It's
The
our
sub-
next
I
one.
mean, it's you have 2 applications.
Yes.
77, 78,
70,
same.
77, 78, maybe the two
Same
parcels.
They both have the same problem.
So it's 45 and 50, tax about 45 and 50 have the same.
And you worked out the same deal on both of these appeals, that email that I saw about the percentages.
Okay.
I just, the argument for the 2, for the 2
Yeah,
appeals.
And I obviously don't like paying taxes. I'm the only one that does like paying taxes, but I'm happy to pay taxes on something that I can actually, It's not for lack of trying.
We stay in touch with the service authority, constantly saying, okay, and no avail. I think they're gonna have to use eminent domain or something to get the easements from people at Forest Lakes. They're just not being able to get their easements.
And this property, and this property is shown in the comp plan. And as in the, I forget the name of the company that did the Albemarle County 44 study, showing that this is where the county wants development zone. It's ready to go, but I don't have sewer. So it's not that it's benefiting one person, it's benefiting other, who's Willer Glen,
Right.
George Ray, breeding companies, all of them are waiting for sewer. So, and this is where the county is showing a lot of units to be built in the comp plan, but none can be built.
I mean, our hands
So-
are tied.
Okay. I understand the argument. Any other questions? Okay, we'll hear from the assessor's office.
So we actually agree on this with the applicant that it can't be developed right now because the sewer, or at least the information is that from the sewer authority is that actually a plan had not been submitted to them to, am I getting this correct, Deb? To either accept or reject, but we are accepting the fact that there's not adequate sewer to develop this right now. However, that doesn't make this property worthless. And we have the same schedule that we developed, I think it was back in 2020. You have a note here, you can even read it up there on the screen where we developed this reduction, in less of a reduction going into the future. And because of the fact that it is still not moving forward, we are still far back in that schedule. We're not up to the point where we're valuing it at full value. So we have, and we've shared this formula with the applicant, where in 2028, we expect it to be at full value based on the information we're getting from the sewer authority now. However, as of right now, we are at only 52% of what it would be if it was developed right now. And we believe that that reduction in value for the future ability to use it is appropriate. So there's not a lot of disagreement here. There's obviously disagreement over the value, but there's not disagreement over the timing or the fact that it can't be developed immediately.
Is there any sales history or anything like this?
I think I'm accurate in saying there's not a lot of sales history on Mr. Wood's properties.
There's no sales.
Yeah.
There's no sales history outside of when Coles and what we have developed ourselves. And the reason there's no sales history Because when we go to a potential, comes to us and says, I want to build 250 apartments, and we've had how many come?
Oh,
I don't know how many we've had come. The first thing is they start studying, and after the first or two found out on their own there was no sewer, we immediately start telling people so we don't run them down a road and get a bad reputation. Look, guys,
we have no sewer.
we got no sewer. We know that they're working on it, but I can't give you a date. I can't, we were given dates a couple years ago because that's what we thought was in the time frame. Well, then they ran into typical, I mean, I understand what they're going to do. People don't want to give an easy. You know, Reading has come forward. We have said that we would help, you know, but I'm not footing the bill. I already footed the bill to put the original line in 30 years ago that I put in myself physically to the airport. So I don't, that everybody else got to use. Deerwood, the retirement home, everybody else tied in the line that I paid for to put in. And now I'm the one with the land and I can't find sewer because it's not available. So I understand that I don't want to be charged full value. I disagree a little bit with Pete, and that I think the property is basically useless. What I've spent in roads, water, and sewer on a property that I can't use, I think it's useless right now. It's not useless when I have sewer capacity. And there is no plan, there has been no plan, and there is no plan because I can't sell a plan. So I'm not going to go take an engineer and waste a couple $100,000 making a plan when I don't know what it can be. Do you think the improvements that you've done to curbs and so forth have no value? I think they have value, but if I can't use them, they have value for everybody else but me. They have value for the people going from Berkmar South to Berkmar North. They have value for people going 29 to Earlysville Road, but they don't have a value for me, for my property. That's what they were put in for, that I had to build prior to getting Coles open. Am I correct on this? I was forced to build a road before Coles could open. I was forced to put a water line to a subdivision that I didn't develop. I was forced to put an entrance to a subdivision that I didn't develop. So I have spent a lot of money on property that I can now not use because others have not done what they have stated. I mean, is the land worth something? Yes. All land is worth something. Some land's worth $500 an acre, some land's worth $2 million an acre. This land is not worth what I'm being taxed on right now because it has no use.
Has the authority given you a reason why
They can't, they just
because of money or easements?
easement. And then the last conversation I had with Jeremy, which was probably 3 months ago, was they have now taken some of that money that was allocated to this sewer line. And they have reallocated to some water line upgrades and other things throughout the county that were ready to go. So they've just taken this money out of the, what is it called? CIP fund, and just taking it out of the CIP fund for the, I think they call it the airport trunk connector or something like that. And they put it in other places. And hey, they got to keep going. They got jobs that are moving. They got to take that money and go do it. I understand that. But
Where's the sewer line that you need? Is it a new line or is it upgraded?
it's an upgrade in the existing line. The lines from,
An existing easement?
no, everything stays inside the existing easement, but they need temporary easements because when you get down to the dam at Forest Lakes, a couple of those lines are 30 to 32 feet to the ground. So they need, obviously they have a 20-foot wide easement. You can't dig a ditch that deep in the ground that you don't get in. Some are new easements that they want to reroute a line. But we upgraded, when Breeden did their apartments, we upgraded 700 feet of line that was below capacity. So we upgraded 700 feet of that line so Breeden could continue with their development.
And what was the, I heard, I don't know who said it, somebody said it, maybe you did. They won't move forward unless they're at 80 or 90% of existing capacity.
So I believe, and I may not be exact on these percentages, DEQ, whoever they report to, service for, has requirements that don't, and I don't agree with these requirements, but at max flow, and this means during a rainstorm with water infiltration with everything, and that line reaches, they have flow meters in, when that line reaches 80% of what they can consider capacity, they have to start designing an upgrade. When it reaches 90, they have to, I think, put it out to bid. And then when it gets to somewhere above 90, it has to be.
Is this actual measurements of flow or
Yes.
projected? from
This is
engineering?
measurement of flow. So they're saying the line right now is at this during, now, some of this brings into account, which I don't think is fair, and I told Jeremy this, is when they have water infiltration from manholes. I said, well, Jeremy, I'll buy you all.
Manholes.
Yeah, I'll go buy you all new manhole lids, because when I put in the sewer line, they switched and you had O-ring seal manholes and you have to test them. They got old manholes that maybe are leaking. Well, a lot cheaper to go replace a $150, $200 lid than it is to replace a line that's 30 feet in the ground. You might get, you replace 10 manholes, you might get another 100 units. Because it's all high flow, it's all at peak flow. When I did the relocation of, when I did the upgrade of the 700 feet, I had a 4-inch bypass pump that was on idle that never backed up, never had to speed up, never anything. And I pumped around from 7 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock at night. Did a pump around it, it never backed up in a manhole. So how can that be classified as an overflow of a 10-inch line? I mean, but I can't argue those because those are the rules. So they have hit a snag with their easements, and I've worked with Jeremy for 30 years. I don't believe they're lying to me. I understand. I think they're at a point they need to do eminent domain, and I can't control that. But I just know that the board has, Albemarle County 44, the growth plan has said, this is where we want growth. It's already zoned. We don't want to expand the growth area. We can build how many units?
1,222.
1,222 units.
On this parcel.
That parcel and a couple of other adjoining ones.
Hollymead Town Center.
Yeah.
Built 1,200 units. Then at a standstill, I put all that stuff.
Can you not put any on?
We can put up
100.
30.
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
No one's coming in.
That's without the solar.
Yeah, no one's gonna come in and do 30 units.
Did-
I mean, Chuck
Pete,
Rock,
did you,
Roll Glen's in the same boat.
when you created the schedule negotiated in 2020, the idea was in 5 years, they're gonna get it sewer taken care of.
Yeah, we were being told at that time.
Yeah,
exactly.
That it would be 5 years before the sewer line would be put in. That had a reset and a restart, I guess.
And that's why we agreed.
Yeah, so we
Fine.
we basically increased each year, getting towards that final number. And then, so we started 2023's value with just over $3 million. And reduced that on review because then we found out again that it's been pushed down the road a little bit. And we reduced that down to 2 million based on the current schedule. The same schedule, but restarted at the beginning again, in the beginning of a 5-year period. So I do want to point out,
Say that again. You reset it.
we reset the 5 years.
Okay.
No, we reset the 5-year schedule back to its beginning again.
The state that deviated, they expected to so greater.
Correct.
It started. But that raises the question, like, why isn't that done every year?
But we weren't aware that there was a delay in it until they contacted us for the review.
I get that, but like, now that we are aware that it's in the same spot as it was exactly 1 year ago, to me, I'm wondering, like, is that really fair to say the property is worth more if it's in if the actual steps between us and having the sewage or the sewer issue resolved is in the exact same status? And I will say, I don't know if we can consider this because it's an email from February, but that's not a terribly encouraging email from Justin. I mean, he basically says, in my mind, if I'm reading that, he says, we might not even do this. Like, there's other projects that are way bigger priorities for us. That's what I read, the shifting of funding to me. There's like a little bit of a commitment there where he says, we're balancing the budget, we've got these priorities. He didn't outright say we're not doing it, but I think the possibility at least exists. And as a developer, I would say, like, I'm now probably demand a higher discount rate or a reset based on the email. And I understand the methodology. You guys can't like every month, like rebuild the discount thing. It's a balance. I get that, but I guess, could you respond to that point in particular? Like, A, do you think we can consider the February email since it wasn't available to you as of Jan 1? And B, if so, like, does that have any meaning for you guys in terms of the applicability of the discount schedule?
So this is a very specific, well, it's actually a general reference to their budget. But the indications from the office is that they expect to have it online in 2028.
Well, but he says,
That's what we're aiming for with our schedule.
well, but I mean, that's a dependency that says that there's something they've got to spend in 26 to achieve 28. And he says, we're in the process of updating our FY CIP right now, and the funding for this project may shift. Then he lists several other things that need to be completed. I'm guessing he's saying this one doesn't need to be completed. I guess no matter how we look at it, whether that's definitive or not, what he had to say was not, to me, it doesn't say like everything's all square. There's no new information here. We're proceeding on the same data that we had a year ago. That's the way I read it. And I can understand you guys reading it differently, and undoubtedly you're kind of in the bureaucracy and may have a better feel for it, but I would tend to interpret it like Mr. Wood and just say, I'm getting a bad feeling about the construction timeline that they've laid out.
Well, I had spoken to them in April of 2024 to reconfirm when the interim review was requested. And they told me at that time that there had been no change from my conversation with them, which was in December of 2023.
I understand that they may have said there's no change, but
They still expect the construction at the same time with the same completion.
Yes, I don't think we're reading this differently.
They have
I
not
mean-
told us that.
Jeremy and I've got a pretty good relationship with Jeremy. I've never heard of completion date.
So what completion date did they give you, Jeff?
They're completing fiscal year 2028, starting construction fiscal year 2026, 2027.
Well, I think this
Well,
letter
I
kind
think
of
maybe-
states.
Maybe there's a way to tie it to when it.
Maybe
starts
the
construction.
best way forward would be to have Jeremy testify in this.
great. I love that idea. Yeah, instead of trying to triangulate.
We're not
We're
experts.
interpreting what he's been telling us differently. Maybe it's better to hear straight.
What was the original schedule you came up with in 2021? What was your completion date?
It was 2024, 2025. It was oh, sorry, I can bring it right up and tell you what it is.
Maybe 2 years.
It was 20.
You gotta tell me, man.
Yeah, so it would have been 20.
Well, mine.
2025 would have been the original completion date based on the information we were given in 2019.
Now we think it's 3 years back. Minimum,
Now we think it's 4 years from now.
3 years later then. If it was completion in 2025, when you set up. the
Oh, yes,
schedule,
yes, I'm sorry, 3 years further down the road.
It slid 3 years.
Yes.
I don't know why we would just slide that.
Compress the schedule.
Well, that's what they did.
We've already reset the schedule based on that
We
shift.
set the 50%.
Yes,
For 2020.
yes.
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 So was that?
That's a reduction based on your evaluation of raw land that has continued to increase.
Yeah, so this is a discount rate really, to say that their ability to develop it
It's for the
4
whole-
years from now is discounted back to today.
Well, we really never understood your percentages, Pete, as I mentioned to you, we accepted them, but we never really understood why. I just never did understand.
Right. It's a holding cost, kind of, you know, if you look
Closer you
at
get
that.
to it, the less the discount, because theoretically.
Right.
And I'm fine with that, but I think I can't keep paying and going up, and then the carrot keeps getting farther and farther away from it. So, I mean, and if there's a way, I'm happy to have
Believe me, we
Jer-
want sewer.
we want sewer. I've been
I need
waiting,
to submit a site plan. I hate to say that.
but I
You
mean,
got to push it.
but so you got tie it to actual construction started or going to bid. Because once it goes to bid and is awarded, you know, ticker's clicking on that contractor to get it done. And I think they're estimating 18 to 24 months to do this thing. I mean, I don't know anybody that's gonna do it any quicker than that. I mean, I've put a lot of sewer line in my life, and I put that sewer line in, and I know what's there. So, you know, I don't mind if we don't make a decision today, that's fine with me. But I think if we want to try to tie it to something, I personally don't think my value should go up at all until
So-
construction starts.
Well, there's a base value. It's just everything's been going up.
I understand.
So I'm still trying to understand this, make sure I get it. You discounted for 2024, the base value. How much?
Yeah, where are we? 45%?
No, it was 50, we're at
48.
52%, so a reduction of 48%. Did I say that correctly?
48%.
Yeah, we
40.
reduced it 48%.
Well, how much of that reduction is tied to the sewer? Because you've got other.
Oh, that's all of it.
All of it.
All of that reduction is the sewer.
48.
Yes.
Why is it at a 45, 35?
That was, we adjusted the actual schedule a little bit based on present value factors. When we redid it in 2023.
So if you had not applied this 48% reduction,
Be down to 15%.
this land would have been valued almost twice or not.
Correct. Yeah, we believe the market value, I'm not sure if they're disagreeing or not, the market value would be closer to 4.5 million or so. If it had sewer.
I wouldn't mind talking to the person for Albemarle County Service Authority, but maybe it seems like it'd be easy in my mind to take this 5-year schedule and just make it 4. Just say it's still at 56 and the steps will be bigger over the next 4 years. And that would match to me.
I mean, if the new target's 2028, I guess. So that going forward, you're still getting a discount the same way you did before. It's just the discount's going to continue because the delay in the completion of the sewer project.
If there'd been any progress between last year and this year, I could understand using a different rate, but I mean, this is just a
As soon as Jeremy
fictionalized
finishes it.
reduction in risk. I would say it's actually, in my mind, less likely that it'll be done in 2028, based on, like I said.
Hey, when the sewer gets done, you're probably not gonna see us.
You won't hear from us.
You're gonna be out of it. So you take your money and run.
Not necessarily, I mean, but
You got no complaints
I
there.
then can sell to Breeden to do 250 apartments. I can do a hotel. I can't even do a hotel. We almost were able to do a hotel on the corner, a small hotel on the corner, but we couldn't make it. So,
And we're not arguing that,
Yeah.
you know, my concern is Mr. Wood has now said it should not go up at all until he actually develops it. So next year, we're gonna be, if we reset to 5 years back to this year instead of 4, next year is gonna be the same argument. We need to go back to 5 years back.
So the counter argument for you guys, though, is you say, here's what's happened in the last year. They actually went out and got some of these easements, or the budget funding is in the place it was expected, instead of them saying, well, we don't know if it'll be there. Like, any progress towards this outcome is supportive of applying the discount rate. When there's none at all, it's sort of hard for me to get on board with saying, yeah, we've covered another 20% of the distance.
Yes, that I can't speak to. I think that's why I think him presenting what he actually expects, which still is just gonna be a guess in some
Yeah.
cases, kind of an educated guess.
Jeremy, I know Jeremy very well. I don't think, Jeremy's not gonna come in and say it's gonna be done 28. It ain't gonna happen. Because he knows that there's 1,000 different things that happen between now and then. So
Then if he, no, well, he is not gonna say 100%. And I don't think anybody can say 100%. And I hope that's not the expectation. This is still just an estimate of when they expect to have it done. The discount rate is an estimate of the reduction in value over time. I think if he said it's likely or something like that, if he said there's no way it's gonna be done by 2028, I'll change the schedule, no problem. I would have done that already, and we've already talked to him. So I don't think that's the problem. But I am concerned about just resetting it without any further input that shows it's not actually going forward, that it's not expected to go forward.
I
So
understand.
remind me again,
And we are pretty close on, they're asking for 2 million and we're 2,388. So
Jeremy told you. Construction starts 26, 27, finishes 28.
That's what he told me in April, yes.
Okay.
I mean, and I.
That's the best guess right now.
that's his best guess.
That's-
And again, it's not gonna be a guarantee and, I'm sorry. Deb, go
That's
ahead.
okay,
Yeah.
that's okay. And that hasn't changed. That was their expectation last year, but they were on this same schedule. This was what their expectation was in December of 2023. When I checked with him again in April of this year, he said, still the same. Nothing has changed. So,
Well, but if he said that in April, I don't think that's true. That's inconsistent with the February email.
Well, this email's from Jeremy Justin Wiley.
Well, I guess that's a good argument. I mean, I would just say that like the construction date doesn't change until it does, like the exact same thing played out 3 years ago, up until they adjusted it, when we kind of looked at each other and said, this doesn't really match reality anymore. It needs to change. It was good up until that moment. I'm a little concerned about deferring it to allow the assessor's office to muster more evidence since that person isn't here today. I don't know whether we would do that for the applicant, but an easy way around it might be to ask the applicant to assent to that approach. It sounds like you guys might like to hear from that person anyway.
Look, I have worked hand in hand with the Albemarle County Service for 35 years. I know most of those guys, most of the inspectors I've worked with is in the ditch. I have no problem turning this over to Jeremy.
Jeremy.
I have no problem with that. I trust him. I think he's a great guy. I know his father. If that's what y'all need to hear, I'm happy to hear that, and I'll take Jeremy by his word. But I don't think I should have my rates jacked up until we know what's going on. And I don't mind. It's going to take me 2 years to get a permit anyway, so it's going to take them 2 years to get it installed. So I don't mind if the rate then starts popping up in those 2 years, because then I have the ability to start doing something. I have the ability to start putting in a site plan and preparing and stuff for that date that it comes online. But I'm happy to defer if that's what you need me to say. I'm happy to hang out in limbo till Jeremy can get in here, or someone from the service. So I don't know if it'd be Jeremy or Justin or who. I'm happy.
And Mr. Mayo, it wasn't just to support our side. I mean, I would like to hear from, since we're reading this differently or getting different information.
Yeah, I didn't take it as like gamesmanship. I'm just thinking about like precedent setting and, I should have brought that person on this day. We've had to make decisions on that before. So, but if everyone's in agreement, we should do it. I think there's no concern with us doing it.
I'll accept the need.
Let me ask another question.
I would like the
Is,
person to come in
is,
first.
is your property the only thing impacted by the sewer?
The mobile home park that we have sold to Breed, right, is impacted by it.
So they can't do their apartments?
They can't do their apartments. Willow Glen,
is affected by it.
I think Dr. Hertz running the sewer for that little section by the retirement home is going all the way through Forest Lakes. Regency's built out with all their buildings, so it's
Pretty much.
Willow Glen,
Remind me.
George Ray.
George Ray.
It was townhouses, but he came back in and resubmitted to do apartments.
So-
Phase one of the townhouses was done.
Which one is it? There's the trail. That's the trailer park.
Yeah. Read now.
Where,
I'm sorry.
Park.
Can I ask also, do
On
you
the
guys
other
use
side of that.
this,
Yeah, on the other side.
the road, the back way into
this discount rate of 18%? Is
that
this,
old house.
I've not seen this before in the last few years that I can recall. Is this used on other stuff like this? Or was this kind of a one-off?
We don't have this situation.
Yeah, okay.
It's pretty one, it's one-off only in the case that we don't have.
Yeah.
This happening. And if I remember correctly, and I didn't really prepare this, but Forest Springs, yeah, they purchased this property knowing that there was no sewer capacity. And they paid,
They did, but they, that's an income producing
How
property.
much did they
They
pay?
didn't just buy the land.
they did not buy they did not, and I think I can say this pretty clearly, buy a mobile home park for $9 million. They
No,
bought,
they-
they bought
Yes, they
apartment
did.
land. They have interim money coming in.
Interim
you
income.
know.
We had an
However, it's-
offer-
We had an offer for more of that, just the mobile home. park.
Yes, so yeah, no, it's a profitable business.
So I'm not gonna believe that people are paying that just for the mobile home park. This, it's the potential of the land.
I think if you do some checking, Pete, you'll find out, I mean, I can bring you and show you another offer that we had, and that guy operates mobile home parks all over the country. And he wasn't looking to do any redevelopment.
Their end goal was to put apartments there, but that was purchased,
Previous, but the other one was not.
the property was purchased on its justification as a mobile home park. I mean, and that came out of their mouths.
That's tough because I think our mobile home park value is a fraction of just the land value.
We'll have to revisit that.
Which is why Deb and I don't agree on this reduction due to the lack of sewer. She doesn't necessarily agree that we should reduce it due to the lack of sewer.
And at least they're able to run a mobile home park on the land. I can't do anything.
That is correct.
So let me ask this question. If not,
I mean,
let's just say the sewer was never going to go in there. What's the value of the land as it sits? Or
Into this parcel? I don't know. I mean, we would
Wouldn't
have to do that
change the highest and
analysis.
best use?
It would
and
change
at
the
that
highest and
point, it
best
would
use.
Have to be looked at for a different value.
Yeah,
Yeah, it'd be a
a
park.
different method.
Raw land.
That's
Yeah,
tricky.
yeah. You know,
RA land. I mean, where I was going to was then if you establish that value, then it would naturally go up a certain amount each year. And it has gone up a modest amount from the previous year now, so I'm just wondering, if it's somewhere in the ballpark.
I don't know. I mean, that would take a lot of analysis and kind of hypothetical assumptions to say if it was like this. It's, yeah, I couldn't tell you.
The stepping kind of bothers me too, because like in actuality, the closer you get, it's a logarithmic scale, right? Like the value actually goes up and there's very little, once you get close enough to getting everything that you need. And while we're out here, I mean, I'm not asking you to apply that, but just trying to understand how a developer would look at it. Well, all the work's in front. When you get close, like you almost pay full price for it.
So you're saying we don't, we
I'm not proposing any.
we accelerate more at the end, but we should accelerate more in the beginning, or what do
Well,
you
you've
think?
got an even step, right? But actually,
He's saying,
well, it's 18% discount rate, 5 year.
Are you saying it should maybe be
So
till the sewers?
Well, I mean, the 18, the use of
50%.
the discount rate sort of
Yeah.
dissipates that you're using the money, you're losing the opportunity to use the money on an even basis over time, right? But actually, all of the expense and the risk is incurred now. Because once you get up to 1 year, you'll know whether it's going in or not. There's not really an argument for reducing it.
Should
at that.
accelerate quicker in the last 2 years than it should in the previous.
Yeah.
That's where I say, I think.
It actually
shouldn't build
does.
it all Until I know it's gonna go in, and then, you know what, if we know it's going in, then the property's value goes up.
Yeah, I see.
If
what
I
you're-
know I have sewer, property value goes up.
I see what you're saying. Pete. You're right. You're correct mathematically, but it's like 15% versus 13 versus.
It's true.
I mean, I guess I was saying it ought to be steeper. But I'm not suggesting you change anything. You guys have the approach, and I trust your methodology there. But it's a weird circumstance because you're making like the question of highest and best use, and then you're evaluating when that will be reached. And we don't really do that or your office doesn't seem to do that with most other things at all.
Yeah, we don't,
what
we
it's
don't
zoned
need
for.
to. Yeah, we don't need to with other things because there's not a time period before you could do. There might be 5 years before you do something with the property. That doesn't mean you can't do it now. This is the case where you can't do it now. And it's the cost of holding it for the
Until
next
you
5
can do it.
years or 4 years that we're trying to represent.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the certainty level of 1 year before you're sure you're gonna actually have it done in a year. That's what it's supposed to represent.
I understand. But I mean, sort of by definition, if it gets moved back by a year, we've overtaxed this person.
Not based on the information we had as of January 1st. So, everything is subject to change, anything could change in the future.
We've taken into account things that happened in 2024.
I mean, we couldn't go and ask to get.
I'm not saying ignore the emails from February or email. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, if something different happens next year, or we find out something different by next year, that doesn't mean we can't make assumption based on what we know.
There has been another party into ACSA asking if they could contribute to the project so that they could move it ahead.
Actually, we know who that is.
That
So,
would be good information that
Yeah.
could be presented.
Green and George Ray
Yeah.
came in because they're interested in doing that with regard to figures.
Cost study, and they realize that they can't.
Yeah, sure is interesting.
You still have.
Don't they get credits, off-site credits? They should get off-site credits for doing
So do we need to, I'm not,
Sewer?
I'm
Yeah.
I'm not moving off this application, but
Seriously, we got off-site credit. We paid for $2 million worth of sewer line off-site. And we have those credits to apply against the
We have. the whole
portion.
Lots more.
But I mean, it's not a full wipe, but like you're sorry, your tap fee, 15 grand, whatever the hell I got now.
Yeah.
And there's a portion of it that's sewer. And then there's a portion of it that is extension of existing infrastructure. And because we extended it, or expansion, same thing. We paid for it, but each of the people that, all the builders and the apartment guys, they got to bite in to that tap fee. We obviously baked that into the sale of land for them. So, if we developed our own stuff, we would. I signed that thing in 2018 or 19. I signed the agreement. It's a offsite. You get your money back. You gotta put it up. But you do get your money back.
we do that with power.
take back my complaint on the logarithm because the discount rate is risk adjusted. Right, that's built in, it's baked into the 18%. That the part's right.
They, and also, we had a joint agreement. And because of that, and because we funded it. the search authority used eminent domain to get a piece of easement from Larry Hall. That's the only way you get an easement from Larry Hall.
They're not using eminent domain now. I mean, they've had 5 years to get their easements and they still don't have their easements.
That's not a question for you, but
I know, but I mean, that
I would
shows
suggest,
you.
Nina,
Could we get Mr. Weiler on the phone and talk? Does anybody
who
know?
doesn't answer the phone.
He doesn't answer the phone?
Yes. The idea of an email was suggested. I think it'd be helpful to just get everything on the same playing field of sworn
Yeah.
testimony, right? So we're not trying to weigh unsworn versus sworn. That's tricky. Would it be okay to set this over for the next hearing day to just have him appear very briefly?
That would be fine with us. Well, we can reach out to him and.
Set a date and time.
Yeah.
Uh,
You should get Jeremy.
yeah, it's Monday,
We have time.
Monday afternoon? Yeah.
Monday afternoon.
Let me,
Morning?
I would say you're welcome to come again. I don't think we'll need any more argument on this. I think it'd just be,
We would need to
These
know
are
that
three
he's
parcels,
available.
right?
No, 2 parcels.
Mr. Mitchell will not be here on Monday. I think it would probably be good to be on a day that he's back
Yeah.
since he's been part of this
We don't really
conversation.
know.
Not just because he has a lot of knowledge about this type of thing, but
So the Wednesday, do we have one on Wednesday after that, or did that get canceled?
we actually don't have any scheduled for that, for the 17th. We do have property scheduled for the 22nd in the morning. So we're gonna be done by 9:30 that day anyway.
Okay. I would suggest yes, Jeremy Lynn.
Okay.
And
Yeah, we're,
in my understanding, we're looking for a reasonable date. 20, whatever, completion. And then we take that date that Jeremy says, whatever it is,
Use that.
and use that to apply this same adjustment, assuming that end date.
I'm fine with it. Absolutely. And so if he says something different than what he told us, that is fine. We can use that to have.
If it slips in 2 years, I think you could come back out here. I mean, you should monitor it. And if,
we have been.
sure, there's plenty of people that would have to buy your property,
Yes.
townhomes, whatever.
It's not even just, I mean, right up front, we'd say, sorry, we don't have sewer.
It's all you do. I got the plan the same way. There you go. Come see me in here.
there's a schedule, but are we ready to vote on this?
So this is on
Go to the
77,
set.
77, 78 of the same issue.
76, is it a different issue? Because I thought it also, it actually lists the same issue.
The application was
Okay.
for the
The
same.
letter actually says,
Different, right?
Yes, this is, 76 is out across from NGIC in front of Briar.
Correct, but it was the same,
it has the same.
the VOE has the same
The
attachment.
same attachments.
Oh, well, it wasn't supposed to, that,
Then we
this,
messed
the letter just says it goes with 45 and 50. So now this letter
That's
has
not the issue with this one, if we could go ahead with 76.
Yes.
But after you do
Since
whatever
it's
you
not
want to
the
do. with
sewer
76.
issue.
So I'll make a motion. We need to make a motion or just say, we're gonna defer this.
Yes.
We're gonna motion to defer it pending you scheduling. Currently with Jeremy Lynn, Albemarle County Service Authority to. And is it okay if he called in? You don't want to.
That's up to you, and it would be fine, this is something that you can decide, and obviously in advance is better.
And I think calling in would be fine.
We just told someone he couldn't do that.
You did. But
So you come in here,
that it wasn't requested in
In
advance
advance.
was also discussed. So, you guys can decide what you think is appropriate based on that situation.
Mr. Jeremy.
It's fine.
Yeah. We should vote on it.
Yes.
We should vote, and just break it into parts, to allow by telephone or not. And then the date or the other way around.
So on telephone. I'll make an argument, like, one, we are requesting it as additional information. Previously, it was an applicant that should have a burden to show up with his people and show up with all of his documents on the date of the meeting. Plenty of notice, months of notice. We are asking somebody to give us information. It's a pretty simple question. And they're not a party to any of this. So that's why I think it'd be okay if Jeremy just called it.
Counter argument.
Go for it.
Yeah, I get it, but those are good points. Counter argument, we take the video record for a reason. The Board of Equalization procedures say that they should appear personally. Appear by telephone, I guess technically could be true. Three, I would like to just be able to look at the person's face and read their countenance and demeanor when they give the sworn testimony. That was helpful 2 days ago, I'll say that. And I guess those are my 3 points. But I understand the argument in favor of, and I do think it's important that we be respectful of their time. So.
I think if the applicant, if y'all are gonna show up, the expert from the ACSA ought to show up in person as well.
And I will work around there.
Yeah.
I will.
I won't belabor
If y'all can throw out whatever days or days that you have to Jeremy and he can pick one. he will make it work.
That's true too.
But
Got some other meetings.
I leave the job site and everybody gets a vacation.
So
Why don't we ask him to come in person, and if he may say sure, or he may say that'd be really difficult, and then I think I'd feel differently about it.
We're okay.
We will have more information by Monday mornings, by Monday's meeting. And then if there's something further that you need to do, then you can act on it.
Okay. So that sounds good. We can defer the question of whether to allow telephone participation, but we do need to move to as to whether or not to resolve this now or defer that decision.
So I will make a motion on application 77 and 78.
Correct.
To defer this pending information, whether in person or on the phone. Jeremy Lynn at the Albemarle County Service Authority. And Pete will coordinate date that's available and also date that the applicant can come.
Is there,
Sufficient?
is there a second?
Second,
Okay, Mr. Beard seconds. All in favor? All opposed? Okay, application 77 and 78 are deferred till Monday, pending confirmation of additional testimony requested by the board from a representative of the Albemarle County Service Authority. Mr. Lynch's office making for appearance. What's left? 76.
I think my son may have to worry about that.
We put Wendell on a diet, but it still doesn't do much good.
Finish the house.
That's where I was also.
Okay, this this parcel that we're appealing now is 32GA1. It's at the corner of Briarwood Drive and Route 29, directly across from Gold Road going into the NGIC property. And it's assessed at 1950 a square foot. It has no infrastructure on it, no pavement, no lights. And the surrounding properties, I've put what the square footage is. Immediately on the south side of Briarwood Drive is the Shell Station. That's assessed at 1865 a square foot for the land, but that has all the infrastructure, the paving, everything done on it.
Yeah, full run gas station.
Yeah, I mean, so 32GB2 is exactly the same situation as 32GA1. 32GA above is exactly the same situation, except it's a much larger tract. It does have some topo issues, so that's why it's assessed lower. We're not asking for 32GA1 to be the same as that because it's different. It's like say it has some topo issues. It's a much larger tract, but 32GA1 and 32GB2 and 32GB are all basically the same. The zoning is the same. What is on the property is the same. And then also I pulled another comp 32F, 32.5F across the street is LI, and that's 640 a square foot. So this is zoned commercial, but it's not highway commercial, it's B1. And I don't understand why 32GA1 is 2.5 times higher than 32B2 or B.
Okay, thank you. All right, hear from the assessor's office, please.
Yes, so we received an internal review request, and at that time, we adjusted the land value down from 1,903,100 to 1,469,900, which was a reduction of 142,200. At that time, we made an adjustment to 0.40 acre portion of the parcel to recognize the site area, which will likely be used for the road right of way. This is similar adjustment that was made to the parcel located opposite it on the southwest quadrant, which was developed as the convenience market. The land area was adjusted to $1,000 per acre, or a total of $400. The remainder of the parcel, the base rate for commercial parcels is $30 per square foot in that district. The usable portion of the site has been adjusted downward for location by 30%, downward for size based on the 2024 commercial land size adjustment table, downward for the C1 zoning, which is less intensive than highway commercial, and upward for the by 40% for the corner influence. I think that's all we have. Total is, after adjustment, is 1,469,900, and as I said, was previously adjusted
And where did you get the $30 a square foot column?
from our sales.
Tell me what this.
Yeah.
Nothing's sold out there for $30 a square foot. So I don't know what you do.
So, yeah, I can, what am I?
311,882. These are residuals that were extracted from parcels on sale.
I want to also point out that when the property across the street, the one that is the gas station, sold, that was a really good indication of that corner adjustment that we made. Because that sold for a lot more than our assessment at the time, when that parcel was. So
That was a while ago.
that was a while ago. Yes, at this point,
And
last time I saw you, maybe.
That's right. And that price, remember, included all of the work that we had to do. That was the road work, that was the infrastructure, the sewer, the utilities, all of that was included in that price.
So
Sold to.
that right.
Just wanted to know where we got the $30 a square foot on sales. Says you want to know what sales we used.
Okay,
So these are the extracted values, yeah. It's 4743.
I mean, trust me, we've had this property priced at, $18 a square foot and we've gotten no takers.
So we have We have, for this area, which we call Airport Road
Airport Road.
Commercial. There are only 3 sales this year. We don't just have land sales generally. We typically have improved sales that we extract land from by removing the
Improvement
improvements.
value at the time.
So this is one of the sales. 3. We have 11, it's 4707. The corner of Airport and Seminole Trail.
Sheets.
Yes, and then
Which is-
11,862.
11,882.
882.
Yep.
This parcel, which is
That's a back converted to Starbucks. I
converted,
believe.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was torn down and then turned
That's
into.
exactly what it
Yeah.
No, I don't think, is that,
Or was it
that's the
torn down?
Starbucks one. They didn't tear those improvements down.
They did,
converted them.
just converted, okay.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's,
Well, for one thing, the
11,882 is
traffic
not the
count
partial.
there,
no, I'm just
Way
saying, I
higher
don't
than-
remember.
where this is, like,
You're
I double.
you're 2 miles closer to town in the middle of.
I do believe that's the Starbucks. They did such a nice job. Have you been in it?
Those are the sales we had in 2023.
22. Oh, yes, the Starbucks. Yep.
There are no comps really for this property because that is,
Yeah.
okay, traffic counts at least double there where it is, you know.
Yeah, so we have a location just to show the difference between this area north.
Yeah, you're $40
What's that?
lower, closer to town.
Right.
Yeah,
as
we're
we
at
move up the
$40
corridor.
closer to town, $30 on the northern
Yeah.
part, and then we again just location.
Yeah,
What did you say, to the river?
To
it's
the-
about the river. It goes a little bit further to, almost like Hollymead, almost to Hollymead, the first entrance to Hollymead, but not all that way. Yeah.
Just bring us an offer because we will sign it immediately. So I can tell you that much.
What is can y'all, these comps that she came up with?
Yeah, Pete
We
just
just-
did them.
I think the closest one, like, B2, maybe, let me see what,
The,
is that correct?
No, the-
No, the 7-Eleven
B2
next to
is,
this,
B1 is the seventh.
south of 7.
Y'all's Route 29 BC runs up to here and
See the-
stops.
it stops.
Y'all don't have any problem with sewer
No.
in this parcel like you did the other two. Sewers along
Yeah,
the,
so the river is really the.
The river is the entrance.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lewis and I were looking at it the other day for location adjustment. Yeah,
Okay, so I'm sorry, so which parcel are you talking about?
She provided
That's the tax
B-
assessment.
B2 tax assessment. I mean, have y'all checked this?
me
She
too.
came up at $7.06.
Oh,
It's
that
that one
Oh,
adjacent to the convenience mart.
Okay,
What's the reason for the difference? That's all.
22. Oh, that.
It's GA actually. Got a stormwater dump out of part it's associated.
The front part of it is will serve
Uh,
that pad.
Was that
and
class
serve-
six? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Pete. Oh, no, Class 615.
It's on,
Is
So it's right.
just right, yeah.
it's on.
Yeah, so it's adjacent to the convenience mart. Is what it's got. They're asking about the B2, 32 GB.
Which is that?
Mhm.
one right there.
Is it accessible from that creek? I mean, from that next road up? Yes. Well,
There's a little.
2114.
5618, right?
5, 6.
Oh, yeah. That was.
Oh, no, 21, no, it's not, that's the old Austin Drive going into Briarwood, and that 2114 is actually part of GE.
So can you get an access off? Is that parcel?
There's a piece
There's a,
going to the
It
west.
doesn't show all the way. There's enough of a sliver.
this is a sliver to give us access.
You don't- that's a-
That was how much. We've got a piece on that side of the road. Trying to supply.
So,
I talked to.
okay, so I have some information. So we are talking about this parcel right here that's next to,
Adjacent to the
The gas
convenience
station.
mart. That's the one you were referring to, B2?
Yeah, that was one of
that's the
her.
question, right?
Yes.
So half of this is a water retention pond.
Okay.
So we,
Well,
and if it's
If it's
not a water
not.
retention pond, then we can certainly assess it at $20 or $18 a square feet, but you know, if you look at the, well, it's hard to see the picture, I'm sorry. That's a water retention pond. We are counting half of this as unusable basically, and only assessing half of it at full value.
So it'd be 14, 15 bucks.
Correct. And it would be similar to the neighboring property, it's just a lot less area that's actually being used.
Used or not. They are not comps for this property. It's 2 miles away.
They are comps for this property. They're just not the best comps for this property, but
the only
in the
comp we
absence
have.
of any other comp, you have to come up with something. I mean, that's,
We try to always use the same assessing district.
Humor me and go down to the next one.
absolutely
32 GB.
GB. Okay, so that
Next
one
one's in
is
south.
5616.
Got a long finger that goes along 29.
5616.
Upgrade your internet here.
They keep telling me it's great. All right, so this one also has 2 lines in which we have, so this is the developable portion. Which is assessed the same way with the $30 minus the 30% for location and site work of 50%, stuff like that. And then
Same adjustments that are on the.
similar,
Subject
yes,
property.
yes. And then the strip in front of, it's just 1.745 acres that, you know, is the strip of land that you were referring to, which we put $1,000 on the entire almost 2 acres. So that, you know, we address it that way by kind of just saying that's unusable, the section. Oh, that section right
That's it, that you have no value on that.
there, correct, $1,000 minimal value. Yes.
That get us all the way down to $5 a foot.
I didn't calculate $5, so let's see. Basically, we have million 118,600 divided by, that must be $8 divided by 140,915. So yeah, we're at basically $8 a square foot, 794 square foot for the usable area of it based on its size and the, you know, site work, location, stuff like that, those adjustments that we're making up there. That's the usable section. And then, so if you, yes,
How much usable do you have?
140,915 square feet. So, in acres
Usable.
of usable, yes.
Okay.
140,915.
Like 3 acres.
Yeah, 3.23 acres.
So if you divided that by the assessment. Or, you know what I'm saying? Assessment by that acreage. Or square footage.
Well, by the square footage, it was just around $8 a square foot. Yeah.
Is there an argument that the corner adjustment may be too generous, given that there is that strip of land? Like, is it gonna be accessible off of that main?
Right.
Are all corners created
That's
equal?
not giving you.
The corner with the Wawa or with the sheets is gonna be superior. like what we have on that 200% maybe.
Is your corner
And
lot,
it's not, that isn't reflected in the assessment.
It is-
I agree with your assessment just now. Your statement just now. The southern piece where the 7-Eleven is.
so-
That's what you were talking about, 7-Eleven?
No, he was talking about the corner where the Wawa, the
Oh,
Sheetz is.
Yeah, I was talking about.
That's just not even.
Totally different.
No, they were asking about influence of the corner.
how is this,
Yeah, it was just
It's
answering the
horrible.
question.
is this corner built, is it a hill? Is it buildable?
Oh, yeah, it's buildable. It's buildable and a corner is definitely better.
So, I mean, the documents that you submitted, I understand were intended not to be submitted with this. Got this. I have to say, I feel like the assessor had some pretty good counterpoints about why the comps you submitted, once you make the adjustments and kind of peel off the residual acreage, are not too far off. At the same time, I'm receptive to your argument. You're trying to sell this at $18 a square foot, had no luck, and they're assessing it at 25. Is there anything else that you could point to that would explain why that's happening?
I just think I think this is far out of town. It's on the northern, even though it's across from me and Jesse, it's almost a Green County line. And retailers will not go out that far. They just will not do it. Whereas the comps that were used are Airport Road and Hollymead Town Center, Forest Lakes. Yes,
Earlysville, everybody's dumping on, you got everybody from Earlysville dumping out and Prophet Road dumping out right at. Airport Road. Airport Road is a major.
they don't dump out further north. I mean, like say the traffic count alone, I'm guessing, I don't know what it is, but I guarantee you it's half.
What's the discount for location off of your $30 base?
30%.
And what were your other ones? What were the other discounts?
A size multiplier.
Oh, on the subject property?
0.96, so -4% on the size and -10% for the zoning and +40% for the corner influence.
And I agree with 10% for the zoning. We're not highway commercial.
Sorry.
We're not highway commercials.
Is the development of Ravenna Station gonna affect you
We hope it will.
at some point,
At some
next 5 years or something?
One other question, the 7-Eleven is assessed at like, the land is assessed at like $20 a square foot, and it has all of its infrastructure in. It's a finished paved parking lot used by a gas station.
That will show up on the improvements, right?
So no, it's under, I did it under the land. The land and the building are separate. So I did it under,
The improvements include parking lot, paving, stuff like that,
And the building.
and the building. Improvements are not just the building, they're all improvements. to the
okay, so you've got your parking lot assessed at the same, in with the building.
And I want to point out, when they sold this property, and I'm gonna always come back to this sale because it was astronomical. The property that's the 7-Eleven across the street, they sold it for $2 million. Yes, they included site work and stuff like that in it. Our assessment on that, including the 1.4, $30, the reduction for the 30% is only 1.5 million. And it sold 10 years ago for $2 million. The Woods kind of control this area. They control the sales of these properties. And I think you can't ignore this and kind of anecdotally look at, picking apart different things.
But there was $1 million
Briarwood
in the
Drive
site
went from a
work.
two-lane intersection road to a 6-lane intersection with retaining walls, rock, and a road built behind Boulder View Road with 16-foot retaining walls.
You're saying that's what you had to build in order to build the pad site?
Whole lot over, I was, let's see, that pipe, just the purchasing the underground storage pipe was $125,000, not installing it. So you can look at the number, but look at what the guy got for the number. Trust me, Bill Holtzman is a very, very smart man. He got a deal getting that pad ready for his building to be built.
What's the difference in the topography? I know the 7-Eleven's way up on the hill, but the lot we're talking about, is that?
Say, it's
on
actually
grade of the
higher.
Road,
It's actually higher.
yeah. It actually sits higher than the 7-Eleven. And you will have to build, and it's a smaller pad that is usable because the underground storage is on the northern piece of property where you won't be able to build a retaining wall close to 29 to come up and make it more flat. But trust me, the amount of grading that took place on that relocation of sewer lines, reboring underneath 29 for a sewer line, water line relocation in 29, Bill Holtzman to buy that land at what he purchased that was an absolute steal.
Are the
Absolutely.
utilities, they running up that little pipe stem right next to the?
No. It goes from the corner of Briarwood Drive, the utilities go straight across the road. The main water line is in the center of 29. We had to bore 29, we had to bore 29, both down and southbound lanes, from sewer line to tie in, which is on NGIC side. No,
Believe me, we thought we were pricing that low in order to get some more business
Yeah.
on these other parcels. So it seems
Yeah,
like a
you
high
can't-
price, but if you know all of the details, it's not a high price.
So when you say that you've had this for sale, is it listed somewhere? Like,
No, we don't have ours
we have
listed, but I can,
signs up that people call us.
Yeah.
constantly.
but I can bring you a couple of letters where I've priced it to people and not heard back. So,
is that troubling to you, Pete, that just assuming for the moment that that's true, if it's been for sale for a long period of time at $18 a square foot and there's been no interest in it and it's assessed at 25?
No, it doesn't. Because the Woods do not market their properties like other people. They have a large portfolio of land. And they're not aggressively marketing any specific thing. That's for sure.
should we be penalized for that?
So this is not a penalty in any sense of the word.
Yeah, it's just because of the
All
way.
I'm saying is the fact that you haven't sold it is not an indication that it's not worth the assessment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probative. It's just not strongly probative. And the less, the less impressions you get, the less probative it is, right? If one person didn't want to buy it at that price, that's the weight of a feather. It's been listed for 10 years at $18 a square foot, like not sold. Surely you guys would take an interest in that.
If it actually had been listed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are all C1s highway commercial, or sorry, are all C1s 0.9?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Make that
C1 is
adjustment for all
0.9
of
compared, the $30 rate for this artery or the $40 rate for Route 29 is based on an HC zoning. And in comparison to that, 90% for C1. And that formula has worked very well and it's been the same for decades.
This is just a comment. I'm not asking for this change to be made, but wouldn't it make more sense to use the non-residual land for your sizing stuff instead of the whole parcel for the commercial land size adjustments?
We made
Do
that,
we not?
we made the adjustment, we took out that 0.40 acre of the parcel to match the parcel on the other side because we were adjusting for that right of way expectation, that the access to the site, et cetera. So that was separate from.
Yes, so the assumption that that land wouldn't be part of the value. Right. The size adjustment's not based on that.
Well, but I think it is based on that total, because you've highlighted 1.5 to 2. I think if you back out the 0.4 acres, it goes to 1.
Talking about the subject?
5615.
1.72 minus 0.4 acre residual that's dedicated to access. On page 3 of the portion that I'm question, asking about.
So I just like to add, this property was assessed for $866,000 in 2022.
What's the acreage?
Acres
And it more than doubled in 2023, and unfortunately, we were one position.
Yeah, this is a 1.72. 565.
Oh, 1.6.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
That says they reduced the consequence to. Right. Based on that. Projected. Same area lost, but right away. It's like the other stuff.
Like they were 866 in 2000.
And, why does it keep up with 2021? 616.
Keeps like. coming back to it.
5615.
I don't know.
It's 1.17. So then we are. Signs.
There's no issues with access on. On Brown Drive.
One point three two.
It's been approved. Holtzman and.
Yeah.
So it should have been. A 2%.
Whether it was 2-lane road. Right, I'll give you that.
So, Mr. Mayor,
For those first 2 intersections.
so we are using the usable area. No, we're using the total area. You're right.
Yeah.
And otherwise, if we had, it would have been a -2% instead of -4%. That is correct.
Okay, does anyone have any further questions? Appetite for more deliberation? Okay, is there a motion with respect to the Board of Equalization application number 76?
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah. It just.
Well, I would move that we affirm the assessor's assessment. 1,460,900.
Mr. Beard, is there a second?
I'll say.
Thank you, sir. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay, unanimously agreed that the Board of Equalization will affirm the decision of the assessor's office.
This was one I didn't think we could lose. Shows me so.
List it and come back in a year.
I think I'm gonna do that.
It's good to meet
Because
you.
I'll take one thing, we'll take that price, so all of you guys in real estate, bring us a contract.
You gotta have a you gotta have a breakfast.
Actually, good. It's on
It's better on the other side.
No, I mean, if this is all.
Is there a line? This is fun, but this is.
Yeah,
I understand your
signalized.
point.
Oh, yeah.
You understand, we trust station.
Call Jeremy.
No hard feelings.
I don't, yeah.
No hard feelings. I
I
understand your
don't
job.
He had his, breathe it all, put the money in. That's all.
They get money.
We've been beating our head to save money. We gotta fight. Nice to meet you.
We're probably,
We are
We're
recording. We are recording.
Okay.
It's good to see
Good
you.
thing I didn't start. Really? Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Nice to meet you, Deb.
Yeah, it's good to meet you. Take care.
Yep, just let us know what Jeremy.
We will.
Just let us know what Jeremy says.
Oh, are they? We told them at 2:15, right? So he's calling. So Lewis is calling. The big yellow horse.
Okay.
See where they are. Oh, that's right. There it is.
There they come.
Oh, yeah. So,
We need to take a copy of those to put in the record.
Okay.
If you,
Yeah, I do want to keep a copy because you presented it, so.
You can keep it active.
Okay, okay.
okay, would you like us to wait for, your code? Okay.
I do want to get Lewis since he's.
Oh, yeah.
He's on his way. Here he
Oh,
is.
there he is. Okay.
Okay, so we left off as deliberations, right? So then, we will now return to deliberate on, Board of Equalization application number 50 for 1295 West Lee Drive. Guess I'll start with, is there a motion? Which I'm not sure I called last time. And if not, we could deliberate more.
Well, I just, before we. It's one introduction on the land already, which I think is probably okay. I did math based on he had given us. And if you just look at the main house, you gotta do this cost per, like assessment per square foot, not just, you gotta break out. You know, your basement's bigger than your neighbor's basement, that type of thing. You can't just look at the finished square footage above. Essentially, your above ground first and second floor is being assessed $275. Your basement is coming out to essentially $44. And if you take that same $44 a foot and you pull it out from your neighbor at 1301 West Lee.
Yep.
That is a reduction of $125,000. Their area of basement, which is 2,845, which makes their assessment $260 a square foot. They're 4,750. So I'm just, and then your next neighbor doing the same thing, but 1255 Westlake. It's just the improvements. Take out their basement, which is even smaller, it reduces 80 grand. Then you have the unfinished area, which is 24 grand. You do the math on that, their 4,233 square feet is being assessed at $287 a square foot. So you're kind of in the middle between your neighbors. Am I doing that right?
I think so.
Yeah, I saw you doing the same thing I was doing. Okay. So you're kind of in the,
That was my conclusion as well, is once adjusted for the basements, the comps are not helpful and may actually be harmful, at least in assuming, you know, equal.
and your house is
One
bigger,
second.
so it should go down a little bit, but
Can we do the same assessment for the 176? That's the third one. It's a brand new
you
house.
do that. I didn't do that. My phone is being.
So on this one, 1276 Williamson. It's in the same. Same.
It's comparable number 3 on his owner provided comps in our write-up. So you gotta have all the information there. It was only a land sale, but it gives you the square footage and square. I do want to tell the board that we have determined where we had the entire basement finished, we have adjusted that square footage. We have a change to propose to you. There is no other change, just based on the square footage of the finished area of the basement, which Lewis went back to the plans to determine which areas were. So just making that change would reduce it. I think it's only $7,000, but it's $2,139,200. Yeah. Because that only affects the finished calculation.
Was that number again, 2 million what?
2,139,200. So we would
You know,
request.
and
that
I
the
think,
board
I
make
think
that change.
I just noticed a mistake in my math, which doesn't help. Because the chart that you've got here, I don't think you're representing the square foot of basement versus basement finished. Or finished, or I wasn't reading it properly.
So I did, give what is the basement, again, this is all from the GIS website, what is the total basement and what is the basement finished?
So on the comps, just make it quick. Let's look at comp one. So
Component is up.
comp two. The notes on the county's comp, the county's evaluation of the owner provided comps. 1821 square feet / 1087 square feet. Which one of those is finished? What's the total? How's that work? Because on his house, it's got 3,120 square feet / 3,120 square feet. So it's telling me the first number is the square footage of the basement in general, and then the second is the finished portion.
That is
They
correct.
have adjusted.
Right, but
Right,
so
but I
on
was
the
talking about
comparable, it's the same,
I
it
was
would
talking-
be the total basement and then the finished basement after. So if you look under our grids, it shows like on the 1255 West Lee, 1821 square foot basement, 1,087 finished. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, I got it. I'm still comfortable. I think you're in the range. If you want to make the adjustment for the actual finished. So, got plans. Y'all scan the plans in from the building department?
Newer plans are scanned in automatically. We go by those, otherwise we go get the paper copies.
But it's part of their permit. You can pull up
Yes.
their permit.
Yeah, they're online.
Right. Curious.
Is there any other questions or further deliberations? Is there a motion with respect to Board of Equalization?
I'll make a motion, we affirm the assessor's numbers
So just.
with the correction for the unfinished base.
Okay, and what would the new number be? I
What
guess?
was that new?
2,139,200. So as a motion, I think I would say I would move that the board reduce the assessment to that number.
Okay, I move that the board reduce the assessment to
I got it.
1,139,200.
You gotta withdraw the motion that was
Oh,
pending before we can
sorry.
take another motion.
I withdraw first.
Okay.
Affirm. the
Withdrawn.
assessment.
Very good, thank you.
And now I make a new motion that we reduce the assessment to 2,139,200.
Is there a second? Thank you, Lynn. All in favor?
Uh,
Aye. All opposed? Okay, the decision to reduce the assessment is unanimously affirmed with respect to Board of Equalization application number 50.
Can you give me an improvement number?
You can,
I don't have my calculator to do math. The improvement number.
Oh, okay.
Fill in my
Yes, I can
box.
give you that. It is 1,739,800.
anything further for us to take up today?
Do we have an update on the county attorney's comments on?
Yes, we do.
Thanks for coming out.
Yes, thank you very much.
Welcome to our community. I hate to tell you,
Yeah.
taxes keep going.
Yeah, it's just, I'll probably appeal again next year. I'm not, honestly not very confident.
Thanks, sir. It's nice meeting you.
Yeah, yeah, same here. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you for the service. I mean, I know it's a community thing, so thank you so
yes, the county attorney has, I talked to him yesterday. And the section of the code that we were looking at was paragraph D that talked about if the county assessor requests an increase, you have to have an appraisal accepting these for these exceptions. he said, no, you would act under paragraph B, which provides you with the authority to change an assessment, including an increase in assessment. If the assessment is based on a mistake of fact, including computation that affect the assessment, shall be deemed not to be in accordance with generally accepted appraisal practice, which means you have the authority to make a correction when that happens. So yes, so his answer was you have the authority to do so, whether it's an increase or a decrease. I also have further information. And I regret that, you know, when we deal with, we would deal a lot of property owners. When it's a cooperative conversation, it's a lot easier because sometimes people say things that aren't really meaningful in the valuation process. But one thing that Mr. McFarland actually said, not the actual words he said, but it made me think that he was talking specifically about, we didn't adjust for his lot size as opposed to other hotels, lots being larger. So, you know, we're not gonna.
I think he has cross easements for access parking.
Exactly, but you know, the fact that we're not adjusting for a lot size or are not adjusting for a lot size on a property that's done by income, that kind of comes out in the wash between the land and the building. We're coming up with the total value. So it has less importance, not that we wouldn't want to do that correctly, but the actual important information in what he said was that his parking is on another parcel. It's not on his parcel, and you have to have parking for the hotel. So we looked further into it to see how that, so if he owned that other parcel, let's say he owns that parking lot and that parking lot is worth $500,000. Whatever we came up with on the property, the overall property for the hotel, let's say it's $1.6 million, we would subtract, we would have $500,000 on that lot, and we would have 500,000 less on the lot with the hotel on it. Together, it would equal the total income value. Because he doesn't own that second lot, is he including the cost of that parking lot in his expenses? We could not figure that out. It was not obvious. Deb was able to pull up an agreement with the development, yes, with the neighborhood, or I'm sorry, the shopping center, in which
Probably pays a
he
camera.
paid like $6,000 a year.
Yeah, he's paying about
Um,
$6,000
until the 11th year, in which case, which I think we're at the 11th year or close, you know, maybe 12th year, it goes to $30,000. We still cannot find a $30,000 or even a $6,000 reference in his expenses that shows that he's included in his expense. We don't know where it actually is, but out of the understanding that this does add value to the hotel and it has to be part of the hotel, we have done a recalculation to include the $30,000 as an expense to represent the cost of that parking.
You don't think that that's somewhere in the less than detailed?
We got
It
more
says that
detail
he's already
finally.
given you?
So I've
We
got
did get
the
a detail.
detail,
We
but
did
I
get the
don't see it.
Yeah, we did finally get a detailed statement.
I
in the
have
end.
a Stonefield area maintenance fee of $5,500,
Right.
which would be nominal common area charge for
Right, doesn't even match
everyone.
the 6,000.
Right,
That
So
number probably changes annually.
yeah, I would. think
it
so.
probably
Like
does.
camp.
It's a
Yeah.
camp. Correct.
Let me just highlight for a second, like if you guys are changing the ask of what you'd like us to do, I think it would be wise for us to renotice Mr. McFarland so that he would have an opportunity to appear.
I am only asking, so in light of the conversation on Tuesday, where there was conversation or there was a possible request to increase the assessment based on us not adjusting the management fee, which would increase the value. This would temper that increase and appropriately handle the question or at least handle the question of
To
the
best of
parking
our ability.
I think,
based on the information we
I
have.
think you need to have something from him that. How do
That
we know
confirms
he's
that
actually
they
paying
paid us.
this? Exactly.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we have
I
to
mean, that-
presume that they're,
At
that part's
least
correct, right? And he's unlikely to argue against it. I'm just thinking.
There
if
could
we-
be a different agreement. There could be a post agreement to that.
Something's not been recorded.
It can happen.
I think what I would not like to have happen is for Mr. McFarland or his attorney to appear and say, I was owed the opportunity to rebut whatever the assessor said. There was a new argument made on Monday. And if there was deliberation and then a decision on Monday, I was denied that opportunity. He may not feel he was being treated fairly, but I could see someone making that argument, feeling that way. And if we could just set it over to the next one and let him know that we're doing that so that he can come and address it if he wants.
That's fine. I didn't know if you were going to address it today. I just want to make sure that we included something about this if it was.
So have you,
I think we told him that we would, but now there's new information and that makes me think it kind of sort of resets the.
have you adjusted it? The management fee also?
Yes.
So what is it? What's the difference?
Where did that go?
Yeah, let's see.
It would go, it would increase the assessment up to 16,658,200.
From
15 million. I would have-
15,943,600.
I think, my question I'd like to know is 1.5% in management fee increases at what? And then the $30,000 a year. Just cap that real quick, right? Cap the 30, but what's the,
Yeah,
what
so
is the
the,
percentage?
what did we come up with? You had it written down, right? 17 million, just over 17.
Hang on. Look. Here we go. So what was our cut? Oh, with just the adjustment to the management fee and not including any parking. It would be 17,021,815.
800.
800 after removing the depreciated value of the FF&E.
Right. So what was the original value? 15 what?
15,943,600. $1,078,200.
Correct. 1,078,200 just for the 1.5% difference. In
Yeah.
management. Correct.
And the 30,000.
That's
What is your capital? So
8,400. Yeah, 8. Sorry, mine's
Awful.
not cleared. Oh, Lord.
so the 17 million minus the 16.
You wanted to know what the
I
30,000.
just want to know what the 30,000 cap to be.
So it should be
363,636.
So we're talking about it. 7,000.
sure.
That's what I'm, if you add the
Yeah, because our.
value of the 1.5, which is about $1 million, $30,000 a year. That would just be it right at the bottom of the,
714,600
so
would be the difference between what he was assessed at and what the, was sorry, wait.
There's something missing.
Yeah.
Well, if we have more time, we can figure out what these numbers are.
Yeah, we're gonna send it over anyway.
Yeah,
I'd like to know what each of those things.
That's fine. We can,
It's like a line item.
we can provide that.
Since it was my idea, I will move that we defer again. What's the application number?
57,
Application, Board of Equalization, application assessment 57,
2100 Bond Street.
2100 Bond Street, to Monday. Is there a time slot? Doesn't need a full.
after what?
session.
Mr. Mitchell's not gonna be here on Monday,
Next one where everyone will be here.
22nd, same day we were talking about.
Okay, so I'll move to that application number 57 be deferred to the 22nd. And that for the equalization or the assessment or the assessor's office, provide notification of that fact to Mr. McFarland. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great, thank you, Lynn. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, it's agreed. Anything further?
Motion to join, sure.
Second.
So I have one. If there's a second, we have to vote on it.
I rescind my
I'll
motion.
send my
Okay.
second.
Do you ever have anyone transcribe portions of the meetings? Is there someone on staff here, like for the county attorney, that does that or prepares minutes or something? No.
Not a verbatim.
AI.
Does anyone else have an interest in having that application number 57 transcribed?
Why?
Because this could go.
Well, I just think it would be, I'd like to have a word for word description of what's happening. There's a kind of like a keyword, like AI powered thing on YouTube that gives you like a rough idea of what it is, but there are a lot of mistakes.
You gotta check.
And what we could do is just move to send a letter to the county attorney asking them to do it. And if they say they won't, or they don't have the budget or something like that, that's fine. But I would kind of like to have that.
I can certainly ask the county attorney's office if they can arrange that.
Okay.
You're talking about just that.
Just that section, yeah, it starts at like 227, it goes to like 255 or something thereabouts.
I know our IT department said that they can generate a transcript, but they can't guarantee 100% accuracy.
Well, that would be better than where we are today, and then we could decide if it's good enough after that.
Listen to it while you're reading the transcript and
Yeah.
make changes.
Just need to let them
As you
know.
notice, the difficulty in the video is that it pretty much showed Lewis.
Yeah.
Right.
It didn't
Oh, yeah.
show Mr. McFarland at all,
Use the
so.
Camera this time.
Yes, we have, yes.
Okay, well, that seems like a great idea, and it wouldn't cost any money. So I don't think there even really has to be a motion on that. You guys could ask them yourself if you think it's a good
We'll do
idea.
that.
Thank you so much.
I will also find out from the county attorney if we pursued that, what it would look like. How
Okay.
likely it would be, or-
Yeah, my guess, based on experience, is like a 30-minute transcript. You're probably talking about like less than $170, $200, something like that. Okay,
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
is there a vote? We're sorry, all in favor of adjourning the meeting? Aye.
Yes.
All opposed? Okay, the meeting for today, July 11th, 2024, Board of Equalization is adjourned.
You filled that out for
Oh,
Monday's lunch?
Oh, that's.